This is the mobile application that we're gonna have at the end of this video. And the best part is you can run it on your physical device. It could be both Android and iOS. We are gonna build this with React Native and Expo. Before we jump into coding, let me walk you through the application so that you know what we are building in this course. So this is a full stack recipe search app, and to be able to use it, first you have to log in. Now, if you don't have an account, you can sign up, and for security reasons, you will get a 6-digit code in your inbox. And once you paste this in, your account will be created and you will be redirected to the homepage where we have a featured recipe and some categories. Depending on the selected category, we will get different results and the UI will be updated immediately. And from the search tab, as you can imagine, you can search for recipes. And when you press one of them, it'll take you to the recipe detail page where you can see the cooking time, number of servings, a video tutorial from YouTube, ingredient list, and step-by-step instructions. And you can add it to the favorites, which can be seen from the Favorites tab. And once you log out, you will be redirected to the login page. On top of all of these, I'll give you 8 different color themes, and you can use any of them with a super simple change. And I'll talk about this in detail later in the course. So this is the entire application. I know it looks simple, but there is so many things to cover and learn from it. First, we're gonna build an API with Node.js and Express under the backend folder. And this API will connect to a Postgres database and store recipes. And for the ORM, we'll be using Drizzle. And once we build this API, we're going to deploy it, and then we will jump into the mobile application. Overall, I think this is such a beautiful course where you can practice both backend and mobile development. So if you're ready, let's get into it. The source code of this project will be free in the description. Give it a star and feel free to use it however you wish. Just don't forget to subscribe. One last quick announcement, I have a premium Udemy course with more than 120 hours. We are building all kinds of projects from React to Next.js to Python and Go. If you're interested, there are over 5,000 students and everyone enjoys it so far. You can find the discount link in the description. Thanks for watching and let's get started. Okay, so to get started with, all you have to do is to create an empty folder on your desktop and then just open it up in VS Code. This is the name that I came up with, but you can call this anything that you wish. Now we are going to need 2 different folders, one for the backend that we're going to have, and then one for the mobile application itself. So first we're going to build a simple API that is connected to a Postgres database, and then we are going to deploy it. And once we are done with it, we will get into the mobile development. Okay, so for now, let's build a simple API with Postgres and Drizzle. Like if you have never used Drizzle, it's fine. You're gonna learn it in this tutorial. So first, let's ask the question, why do we need our own backend, right? So let me pretty quickly demonstrate it. So this is the application that we're gonna build, right? So we have some recipes that we fetch. And for this, we don't really need to build an API because we are going to fetch them from a free API that is called the meal database. Okay, so this is what we're going to be using. But the thing is, if user wants to save a recipe, they would like to click to this icon, right? And once they click to it, we would like to save it to our database. So for that reason, we're going to be using, like, we're going to have an API so that we can keep track of the favorites of users. So if they visit the favorites page, we would like to display their favorites. So I hope that makes sense. I just said we'll be using an ORM, which is the Drizzle itself. So in this tutorial, we are not going to write raw SQL code. Instead, we can use an ORM like Drizzle. It's really easy and convenient to use that we're going to learn in this video. And another alternative could be Prisma. Just keep that in mind. Okay, so with everything in mind, let's go back to VS Code, open up a terminal, and I'll cd into the backend. Okay, now let's create a Node.js application with npm init-y, which is going to give us a package JSON file. Now I'd like to install a couple of different packages, and I'd like to install them with some specific versions so that if you're watching this tutorial in the future, it should still work out. So I'll say npm install something like Express, and as I said, I'd like to use some specific versions, so I'll put at, and then I'll say 5.1.0. And instead of typing everything out, I'd like to copy and paste so that we don't really waste any time. So right now, pause the video and try to type this out. So we have npm install. I don't know why this is highlighted, but here we go. So npm install Express with this version, Neon database, course, we have .env, .resolorem, and CRON package. I promise I'll explain every single one of them as we use. For now, just go ahead, type this out, and run this command. Okay, so this is going to install it and give us a node modules folder as well as a package log JSON file. Here we go. Now the other thing that I'd like to install is the, let's say, nodemon, and I'll say -d, and let's put the version. I think we can say something like 3.1.10. So this is going to be a development dependency, right? A dev dependency. That's why we put -d. Here we go. Now we can add a script. Let's say dev, and we would like to run a file, which is something that we don't have. Let's create it. I'll say server.js. So I'll say import express from the express package. If you want to use the import export syntax, you need to visit package.json file, and here at some point you would like to put type of module. By default it is common.js, but here I'd like to use the type of module, right? Now let's save and I'll explain this dev script. For now we can delete it. So here let's say get an express app. I think this is what we should call, let's say app get the express, and then we can listen on a port like 5001 in my case. And here once we start listening, I'll go ahead and run this function and I'll say console log server is running on port, let's put it 5001. Okay, so if we want to run this file, we'll say have this script where you would like to run the server.js with the nodemon package, and then in the production we're gonna need the start command. Again, we would like to run the server.js file but with node this time. So this is for only development, and you'll see why. Let's open up the terminal and just say npm run dev. So if you were to call this something like hello, then you would say npm run hello. I hope that makes sense. So when I was just getting started with Node.js, that was really confusing to me. Like, it took me quite a bit of time to understand this is the thing, like it should match, right? Okay, now let's try to run this. Okay, now it says your server is up and running. Now if you were to update this, let's put it correctly, 1, 2, 3, save, it's going to restart it automatically because we are using nodemon. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. But if you were to run npm run start, again, it is running, but if you have some changes, it's not going to restart it, which is something that we don't really want in development. So that's why we're going to be using nodemon. Okay, so that was the very first thing. Now, instead of having this port as hard-coded value, we can use a .env file. So I'll say .env, get the port, we'll say 5001. So here I'll go ahead and say something like const port, and I'll say process.env.port. So this will basically get the port value from the .env file. Let's say if this is undefined, just use something like 8001. Okay, so here I'll just say listen on this port, and then just put the port as the variable. So what do you think will happen if we take a look at the terminal? So I think this is going to be undefined and we're going to see this value right here. So this is the case. It's because if you don't use the .env package, by default, this is going to be equal to undefined. So we have this package that we would like to use. So here I'll say import .env and get the config module. Now, if you take a look at it, it should be 5001 because it is coming from this file. So that's the one thing that you should keep in mind. Without this package, this is going to be equal to undefined. In here, I'll just put this value as the fallback value. Now, instead of using the .env here in the server.js, I would like to create a centralized configuration file. But first, let me do a best practice. So here I'll create a source folder and I'll put the server.js into that. So if you have ever used React, which I think you used because this is a React Native tutorial, so you would see a folder like source. And this folder is great for organizing your files. So we're going to put the entire application logic under the source folder, which is, for now, we only have the server.js. Now I would like to create a config folder, but I think our application just crashed because it says you're trying to run the server.js file, but it does not existed, right? That's true. It's under the source folder, right? It's existed, but it doesn't have the correct path right here. Let's fix this part as well. Now, if we kill this app and run this again with npm run dev, it is working correctly. So this is something that you should keep in mind. For the main file, this is optional, but we can fix that as well. Let's say it's under the source, and this is our entry point, which is our main file. Okay, so that's one thing that you should keep in mind. Now let's create the env file. I'll say env.js, and this is where we would like to put our environment variables. So let's say export const an object called env. Here we'll put the key value pairs. So here first I'll put the port, which is going to be coming from process.env.port. And then we can put the database URL, which is something that we'll get in a second. For now, let's say database underscore URL. Process.env, let's do the same thing. Okay, but by default, this is going to be equal to undefined, and this one as well, right? For that, we would like to import .env config. So I know this might look a little bit weird initially, but it's going to make sense just in a second. Now, instead of calling this .env in the server.js, we actually put it right here. And then instead of using process.env, we will basically say env, imported from env.js, make sure to put the extension at the end. Now we can use it, right? If you take a look at the terminal, it should be working as exactly as it was before. But now the beautiful thing is that we have this env file, which is going to get all of our environment variables in one place. And if you really wanted to, you can also put the fallback values here in this file as well. One more thing we'll have, which is the node env. It's either development or production. So since you are developing this application currently, right, I can put something like node env is equal to development. And when we deploy it, it's going to be equal to production. And then we are going to have the database URL. For now, we can put test, which is something that we'll get in a second. Okay, we can say process.env, and then we can put the node env. Okay, so let's try to save this and put a pretty basic endpoint. Here I'll say app.get method to /API/health. Let's add a health check where we'll have the request and response. We can say res status of 200, and for the JSON, we can say success of true. Let's try to hit this endpoint. So we're going to go ahead, let's say localhost 5001 /API/health. We should be able to get the success of true. That means our API is working correctly. So that's gonna be it for the very first section. I know that we haven't done anything serious, but we just set up our backend folder with all the packages that we would need. And then we got the one of the best practices, which is the source folder. And then we updated our scripts. And then we created a config folder for the environment variables, which is something that you would see in production grade applications. Okay, just one last thing that I forgot. It's another dev dependency package. So let's go ahead and import it. And I promise we'll be using them, and we're going to explain every single one of them. For now, let's just say npm install -d, and then we'll say drizzle -kit, and just say add 0.31.1. Okay, so this is the version that we'll be using. Okay, so like once again, I know that this might look a little bit weird. We have the result kit, we have the result ORM. You might be thinking, what are the differences? We'll just get there, okay? So that's the very first section of this tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so this is where we left. We just set up a pretty basic API and we got the packages that we would need as well as the configuration file for the environment variables. Now the next thing that we would like to do is to connect to a Postgres database, which is going to be provided by Neon. So you can find the link in the description. I'll go ahead and sign in, then we will create a project and it's completely free to get started with. So just a quick pause, I'd like to mention that this course is kindly sponsored by Clerk and Neon. They have free plans, so you don't need to pay anything to get started with. So Neon is going to provide us a Postgres database on the cloud that we can get started with, and they have a really generous free plan with $0 and we can get up to 10 projects. Okay, so I already have an account. I'll go ahead and log in. Then we are going to create a project. So I already have one, like this is something that I have created in the past, but let's create another one, right? Here for the project name, I'll say something like recipe app-YouTube. You can call this anything that you wish. Just leave everything as it is. And for the location, I'll get the closest one to me. Okay, I'll say create. And then we should be able to connect to our database, which is going to give us the connection string. I'd like to copy it and then paste it into my .env file. So for the database URL, now we can replace this with the actual string, okay? So with this string, we can connect to our database. Okay, now that we got the database URL, we would like to create another folder under the source that I'd like to call as database, okay? Just DB. And then we are gonna create a schema. Let's say, how do we spell this? I think schema.js. So we're gonna put our tables. In our case, we're only gonna need one table. Let me pretty quickly walk you through it. That is going to be the favorites table. And just before we get into it, now if you have ever used MongoDB in the past, it's a NoSQL database, which has collections and documents. But in this case, we'll be using Postgres, which is a SQL database, and instead of collections, we have tables. So here is a table for the favorites, and each table would have some columns and some rows, right? And each row is a document. So this first row is a favorite with this ID, user ID, basically the user that owns this favorite, recipe ID, title, so on and so forth. Okay, so I just wanted to mention this just before we move on, and we are gonna need only one table. So we will store all these favorites, right? Let's see it pretty quickly. Oops. Okay, so under the favorites screen, we're gonna get the image, the text, cooking time, serving, so on and so forth, right? And these are all the fields that we are gonna create. And then we can also add the created at field as an optional field, okay? So let's try to see it under the schema.js file. So first, I'd like to import some, let's say, objects from Drizzle ORM PG core. Okay, now before we do anything else, I'd like to talk about the Drizzle ORM package as well as the Drizzle kit that we installed in the past. Okay, so basically we're going to use the Drizzle ORM package to be able to communicate with our database. Things like connecting to our database, deleting some data, creating it, basically just, communicating with it, right? We would like to manipulate something, then we'll be using the Drizzle ORM package. And then when we want to apply our changes from our local files to the actual database that we have right here, we'll be using the Drizzle kit. I know that sounds a little bit complicated, but I promise we'll just see it in action right now, okay? So here we would like to create a schema with these imports. So first I'd like to say export const and then the table name. So I can say favorites table. You can call this anything. And then we'll say it's going to be a Postgres table. and here is the name, which is the favorites. And then we can put our fields. So first, I'd like to have the ID field for every single favorite. So say here is the key ID. It's going to be serial, which means it's going to be incremented by 1. So I have an example. Let me pretty quickly demonstrate it. Okay, so I think this doesn't really look like a good example, but basically the ID will be incremented 1 by 1. So we have 4, it goes to 6 because probably I have deleted the 5th one, okay? So normally it's going to start with 1 and then 2, 3, and if you delete the 3, in the next one it's going to be 4, right? Just because 3 deleted, it's not going to be 3 again. So I hope this doesn't confuse you, but basically ID will be incremented 1 by 1. And then after the ID, we can put the user ID. So I'd like to copy and paste rather than typing this out. It's going to be type of text and it cannot be null. So we'll say not null. Now you might be asking, why do we have camel case here and then snake case right here? So because we'll be using this field as our JavaScript code, and this is going to be what we will have in the database. So this is the convention that we would do with Drizzle ORM, or basically with any ORMs, okay? So then we're gonna have the recipe ID. It's going to be a number, an integer, and then it cannot be null. So I hope we got the point. So I can just copy and paste pretty quickly so that we don't really waste any time. We got the title, image, cook time, let's say servings, and then the created at field. Just feel free to pause the video and type this out. And if you're getting bored, just go ahead, copy this entire file and paste this in. You can find the source code, go under the backend, under the source, db, schema.js, copy everything, and then paste it into your own schema file. Okay, so we just got this file. Just let's save it, and then we will create another thing under the config. I'll say db.js. Now we have this schema. We would like to apply it to our database, right? So I'll go under the db.js file, and I'll have a couple of different imports, such as the Drizzle itself, as well as the neon object, or the function, I should say. Then we would like to import, let's say env, okay? And make sure to put .js at the end. And then finally, I'll say import everything as schema from, let's say, we would like to go 1 up under the db and get the schema.js file. So if you had a couple of different tables, let's say user table, recipe table, whatever, you would basically import everything as schema. This is what we are doing. And then we'll say const SQL, we can say call the neon function, and then just put the environment.database URL. And then finally, we'll say export const database. And then I'll say Drizzle, let's say SQL, paste this in, and then we're gonna put the schema. Okay, so if this looks a little bit weird or complicated, that's completely fine, which means you're using it for the very first time. That's fine, just visit the documentation. And everything that we have done here is coming from this documentation basically. Okay, so you can maybe pause the video and explore it if you really wanted to at the moment. But I think it's not really that complicated. We basically have a database URL that we'd like to connect to, right? It is our database, and then we have our schema. Basically, we have only one table with all these fields. Now we have everything, but it is only in our local machine, right? It is in your laptop. How can we take this and push it to the dashboard that we have? So for this, first we are going to create a config file. Let's say drizzle.config.js file, and then we can put a couple of different options. So first I'll kill the left hand side and I'll import env once again. Make sure to put .js at the end, and I'll say export default and object. We would like to say where is the schema. Let's spell this correctly. Schema, here we go. It's under the, let's say, source, it's under the database, and schema.js file right under the source db, and here we go. Then we can put the out folder, right? This is the path. You will see this in a second, and we'll talk about the migrations. And then we are using Postgres. Just say dialect is equal to Postgres. And then finally, the DB credentials. Let's say it's going to be environment.database URL. Okay, now just save this and you're going to see what this does. I'll open up my terminal, kill the backend, and just say npx drizzle kit, and we can say generate. So this will generate some migrations, and the out folder is under db migrations. So under db, here we go, we got the migrations. Now you might be asking, what are migrations? Basically, it is the code that you have written here, but this is JavaScript, right? It's been converted or translated to raw SQL code. So it says create a table called favorites, and you have all the fields that we have defined, right? So this is what we have done in simple terms. There are more data that you can take a look at it. Now we created the migrations, but we would like to push it to the cloud, right? So here I'll say npx drizzle kit migrate. So once you have done this, here we go, it applied the changes. If you go under the tables, you should be able to see the favorites table, okay? So previously we didn't have it, but now we have everything that we would need. But we don't really have any data, which is fine. Okay, so this is what we have done in this section. We basically set up our, let me delete everything, close everything and walk you through it. So we have created this schema.js file where we have only a table, and we are using all these imports from the Drizzle ORM, and we have defined all the fields. And then we created a db.js file where we put our schema into our Neon database, and we are using Drizzle. And then finally, we created a config file for Drizzle where we define our schema path, the out folder, our dialect, and then the database credentials. Then we have run the, let's say, npx drizzle kit generate, and then to apply those, we have run drizzle kit migrate. Okay, so that's the entire thing that we have done in this section. I think in the next section, we can get started with our endpoints, which is gonna be in the very next section. Okay, so this is where we left. Let's go ahead and add our very first endpoint where we would like to add a recipe. So before we write any code, let me pretty quickly demonstrate. So here under the recipe detail page, when user clicks to this icon, they are going to send a post request where they would like to save this to their favorites. And if they click to it again, they would like to delete it from the favorites, right? So let's see how we can build it. First, we're going to have the app.post method. So that's going to be a post method to /API/favorites. And then we're going to get the request and response and do something within this function. And just before we get into it, I'd like to mark this with async so that we can use await within that. So here I'll have a try and catch block. Under the try, we can get a couple of different fields. So we'd like to recipe ID, the title, image, cooking time, and servings, so that we know all these fields so that we can save it to the database, right? I hope that makes sense. If not, we'll see this in action. So we would like to get the user ID to know which user is saving this, right? And then the recipe ID. Now, instead of typing this out, let me copy and paste and walk you through it. So I find it really boring and time consuming to type this out where we can just copy and paste, right? Okay, so we got all these fields from the request.body. And to be able to get those, we need to use the Express.js middleware. Let's say Express.js. So if you don't add this line, all these are going to be equal to undefined. Okay, now we can even check for this if user provided or not. We'll say if there is no user ID, or if there is no recipe ID, or if there is no title, we can basically return a 400 error, right? So here I'll say return, here is the status code, JSON error of missing required fields. But if we have all these fields, then we can create one in our database. So I'll say await db, which is something that we need to import. Let's go right here, say import db from config and db.js file. Do we have that import? Yes, we have. So you should be able to get that. Okay, now I'll say in my database, I'd like to insert something to the favorites table. So just import that as well from schema.js. And then the fields that we would like to add. So I'll say values, and we can put all of them one by one under the object. So we'll say here is the user ID, here is the recipe ID, here is the title, image, cook time, and the servings. Okay, so here we go, we have all these fields, and then if we wanted to assign this to a variable like new favorite, you have to say dot returning. And if you don't pass anything into that, it's going to return all the fields. Okay, so we're going to call that. And finally, let's say res.status of 201, which means something has been created. And as the JSON response, we can say new favorite. This is going to be an array. Let's get the very first result. So I know this might look a little bit weird if you're a complete beginner, but I think it'll make sense in a second once we test this endpoint. Okay, so in the catch, let's put a console.log. Here I'll say error in, let's say error adding favorite, and then we can put the error itself. Here I'll say res.status of 500, which means something is broken on the server side. And then we can put the error, something like something went wrong, or internal error. Okay, let's save this, and to be able to test this out, we can use something like Postman. This is what I'll be using. It is a free desktop application. So these are the things that I have. I think I can just delete everything and create a new request. So here I'll say HTTP localhost 5001. Maybe I can zoom in. Can I? Okay. So I'll say API/favorites. And then this is going to be a post request where we'd like to send some body. That's going to be row JSON. Okay, now I'd like to pass all these fields, which were user ID. For now, we can put something like 1, 2, 3. And then, later in the video, this will be the actual user ID. But for now, let's, just mimic that. And then we will have the recipe ID. Okay, if I can type this out correctly. Let's say this is going to be some ID, or, let's put 456. Duplicate this a couple of times and let me type them out. Okay, so these are all the fields that I have just added. Now, before I send the request, let me double check if I am running the backend. Looks like I don't. So let me say npm run dev. Okay, just save this file and go ahead and test this out. I will send the request. Looks like we got 201, which means it is created, and we have all these fields. Notice how I didn't put the created at, but it's been created, right? I mean, we got this field no matter what, because we have this under the schema.js file. So we say that the default value is going to be equal to now. And let's double check this. I will refresh. We should be able to have a field. So notice how the ID is going to be incremented by 1. I'll create the exact same thing once again. And I think we don't really need to add an ID, right? Yeah, we definitely don't need it. I don't know why I put that. Okay, so it's under the response actually. Sorry, completely my bad. When we send the request, we don't really add the ID. Okay, I'll just send this once again. And if you take a look at it here, ID should be equal to 2, right? The next one is going to be 3, 4, so on and so forth. And if you delete one of them, and create once again. The next one is going to have the ID of 3. Okay, so that was the very first endpoint that we have created where we can add a favorite to our database. Now, before we build another endpoint, I'd like to introduce you another platform or another product that we'll be using for the authentication, which is going to be Clerk, and you can find the link in the description. I'll go ahead and sign in. So Clerk is going to simplify the authentication process for us, where we can basically focus on our application rather than building a secure authentication platform, right? So for this, we can head over to our dashboard, and just before we do so, notice how they have a really generous free plan where you can get up to 10,000 monthly active users. So up until then, you will not be charged, right? And you don't have to put a credit card when you sign up. Okay, so with this in mind, let's visit the dashboard and create an application. For the name, I'll use something like, recipe finder, and I'll put YouTube at the end. And then you can add a bunch of different sign-in options like Facebook, Apple, anything that you wish. I think in a free plan, you can only use 3 different social logins, as you can tell. But I think in our case, these 3 should be fine. Let's actually kill the Facebook and have the GitHub. And then I think we can just say create the application. So that's going to give us some environment variables, but by default, this is for Next.js. I'd like to get the Expo SDK, and I'll copy this. For now, let's paste this in under the .env file. We'll be using it later in the video. And once we get into the mobile development, we're going to install this package, set up all the authentication steps. But for now, I think we can close the dashboard. Okay, so that's gonna be it for this section. In the next one, we're going to add the delete endpoint. So this is where we left. Now I would like to add another endpoint where we can delete a favorite from our database. So I'll say API/favorites. Okay, and then we'll say slash. Now we will have the user ID, and this could be dynamic. That's why we're gonna put colon. If you don't know what that means, we'll just see it in a second. And then let's say recipe ID. Okay, then we're gonna have our function. Let me kill the left-hand side. That's going to be an async function where we can have our controller, right? So I'll say try and catch block. Under the catch, I'll basically copy and paste this so that we don't really waste any time. Here I'll say error removing a favorite, and then something went wrong. Now in the try, first we would like to get the user ID and recipe ID from the parameters. So I'll say request.params, where we can destructure something from it. That's gonna be equal to user ID as well as the recipe ID. So if you were to call this hello, then you should say hello for the user ID, right? So just keep that in mind. This is how that works. And before we write any code, let me show you an example on Postman. So here I'll say create a new request. That's going to be a delete, and we'll say API favorites. Here is the user ID, and then the recipe ID, whatever that is, right? So these values could be dynamic, right? They could be anything. So that's why we are putting this colon, and then we are destructuring them under the params. I hope that makes sense. So say await db.delete. We would like to delete something from the favorites table, and then our filter, right? I'll say where. Now just follow along with me. I'll use and. I think we need to import it from the result ORM. We will say equal to, again, get this from the result ORM. We'll say favorites table.user ID is equal to the user ID we have in the params. And the other thing is this one. Let's say equal to favorites table.recipe ID is equal to recipe ID. Now this is a string value because it is coming from the params, but we want this to be an integer. So I will cut this for a second and I'll say parse int and then paste this in. If you take a look at the schema.js, you will see the recipe ID is equal to integer. That's why we're going to wrap it with the parse int. I hope that makes sense. So once this is done, we can basically say res.status of 200 and favorite deleted successfully. Okay, so this is what I'll have. Let's save and give it a go. So I would like to delete, let's say, the very first one where the user ID is equal to 123. I think they both have the same value. So let me fix this. Let's say 776. Okay, just press enter and then say save changes. Now let's try to delete this one, okay? User ID and recipe ID. So 123 and 456. If we send the request, it should be deleted successfully. Now let's refresh. Okay, we have this one. The previous one has been deleted. That means everything is working correctly. Alright, so that's how easy it is to write a delete operation. We basically say delete something from the favorites table, and here is our condition, right? Now we used AND. It's because it basically says just double check both this condition and this one is correctly matching, right? So if one of them is false, this is not going to run correctly. I hope that makes sense. In the next section, we can write one more endpoint where we can fetch the favorites, because in the favorites page, as you can tell, we are fetching the favorites from the database. So that's what we'll be doing in the next section. Okay, so this is where we left. We would like to add a GET request. So I'll say let's say app.get, where we'd like to have this API/favorites. I'm too lazy to type this out. And the user ID. So this could be any value. That's why we're gonna put colon in front. Okay, now we can get the async function. Let's have the try and catch block. I'd like to get this catch block so that we don't really waste any time. Let's say error fetching the favorites. Okay, now in the try, we can get the user ID from the params. Say user ID from request.params, and then we can say await database dot select. We'd like to select everything from the favorites table, and of course we need to have a filter. So I'll say where, I'll put the equal function. I'll say favorites table dot user ID is equal to this user ID that we have in the URL, and then we can say const user favorites. Basically, I will assign the value, and then we can return this back to the client. So I'll say res.json and put the user favorites. Now you might be asking, hey, why you didn't put status of 200 right here? So if you don't add it, by default it's going to be equal to 200. If you want to be explicit, you can type this out, or you can leave it empty just like this, but I think I'll leave it here just to be explicit. Okay, now let's save and give it a go. Here in the database, I think we have only one, which has the user ID of 123. So let's try to test this out. I will send a GET request to API favorites and then user ID, which is 123. Let's send the request. We got one response back, right? And if you put an ID that does not exist in the database, we're gonna get an empty array. So still, we don't have any errors. It just says you don't have any favorites, right? The status code is equal to 200, which means okay. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. These are all the endpoints that we have created. I know that this code is kind of simple. Now you might be thinking, why don't we have the routes folder, the controllers folder? Basically, we can take these functions and put it into different files and folders. But in this case, I'd like to keep it simple because we have less than 100 lines of code. I think that's completely fine to leave it as it is. So that's it for this section. In the next one, we'd like to deploy this, and that's going to be actually pretty easy, or maybe easier than what you think. And once we are done with it, we will get started with the mobile application. Okay, so in the next section, let's try to deploy the API that we have just built. Now it is time to deploy our API that we have built. So for this, first we need to take this code and push it to our GitHub account. So I will create a repository. Just go ahead, click to this new repository and give it a name. Sorry, I'll put the name. This is what I'll have. You can put it public or private. I'll go with private, and let's say create the repository. Now let's try to initialize this as a Git repo. And the first thing I would like to do, I think it'll be the get ignore file. Let's say get ignore, and we would like to ignore the .env file so that we don't really push our credentials to GitHub. And then I also want to ignore the node modules folder. Okay, now let's go into the backend folder. Okay, just make sure that you are right here and just say get init. Okay, so we have 11 different changes. These have been ignored. I think we can add our very first commit. So let's say git add everything and git commit -m. Let's say initial commit, and just before we do so, let's just type this out, but do not run this. Let's double check if we are missing anything. So we got all the endpoints, we got the port. Okay, so if we are missing something, we can just come back and fix it. Let's say git commit initial commit, and then it's time to push this code to GitHub. I'll basically copy this where it says push an existing repo from the command line. So we have an existing repo, but it is existed locally in our machine. We would like to push this to internet, right? To GitHub. Let's paste this in. It'll take a couple of seconds, and if you refresh, this dude should be right here. Okay, now we would like to deploy this to a free platform called render.com. Okay, so I already have an account. I'll go ahead and log in with my GitHub account, and we will create a new web service. So this is what I have for testing purposes, but let's try to create one from scratch. I'll say web service, and then I'll get the repo from my GitHub account, which is this one, right? So let's get this. We would like to get the environment variables. Now let's copy everything, but just ignore the clerk publishable key. This is something that we'll use in the client, so don't get that, okay? Just get everything that you have here. Actually, ignore the node env as well. So just ignore both of them, but copy these environment variables. Just scroll to the bottom. Okay, so we're gonna put our environment variables, and we would like to use the free plan, right? So here I'll say environment variables, paste this in, where we have the port as well as the database URL. Just before you say deploy the web service, we would like to do two different things that I'd like to mention. Okay, so if render wants to deploy our API, first they need to get the node modules, and they can get it by running npm install, which is going to be our build command. So first they will say npm install to install all the packages, right? And then to start our application, they need to run the server.js file. So you can either leave it as it is, or you can say, please run this command, which is basically the same thing that we have, right? Here, npm run start, oops, sorry, let me just do Control-Z. npm run start is equal to this value, which is something that they have by default. So you can leave both of these options as it is, but just know what they are doing behind the scenes. First, they will get the node modules. Once they get that, they are going to run the server.js file. Okay, with this in mind, let's say deploy the web service. It'll take, I think, 1 or 2 minutes, maybe even less. Once it is done, I'll just come back to the video. And actually, while it is building, here we can talk about this inactivity. So since we are using the free plan, render says, okay, we are going to deploy your API, but this comes with a disadvantage. where it's going to go inactive if you don't use it more than 15 minutes. So you have your API, but if you don't use it about more than 15 minutes, it's going to go inactive. That means if you send another request while it is inactive, it'll take about 50 seconds or more for it to be activated. And there is a fix for this as well, kind of like a trick that we're going to be doing. Okay, so I'll show you how to implement that. But for now, just know that since you're using the free plan, it's going to go inactive after 15 minutes. Okay. Now looks like it is live. It is done successfully. Let's try to send a request. Now it says you cannot get anything on this route, which is fine. We have the API/help. It should be success of true. And then we can say API favorites. Let's put a user ID like 123. We should get a response back. Okay, so looks like our API is live. It is working on the internet. From our mobile phone, we can actually send a request to this deployed API. Okay, now what's up with this inactivity? How can we fix it? So for this, we'll be using what we call CRON jobs. And here is the package that we have called CRON. So I would like to talk about it in the next section. Alright, so in this section, I would like to talk about what we call the CRON jobs. Okay, so CRON jobs, we'll get into the details, not super in detail, but I think it'll be enough for you to understand what that is. But first, let's see the problem that we have. So we have our own API, which is running on the free plan. We basically tell to render, hey, take my middle finger, you don't really get any dollars from my side. But then they say, okay, that's fine. But if you don't send a request more than 15 minutes, your API will basically get, inactive. And then we say, okay, that's fine. We'll come up with a concept called cron jobs, where in every 14 minutes, okay, so let's put it, every 14 minutes, we're going to send a GET request so that our API never gets inactive, okay? Because if it is inactive, you send a request, it'll take more than maybe 60 seconds for you get a response, okay? So for you to get a response, it'll be more than 60 seconds or 50 seconds, whatever that is. Now let's try to see the cron jobs in action. Here, let's try to do Control Z, and let's be, kind, not rude. Okay, so we'll go here, we have the package. Under the config, I will create a cron.js file. And I'll not get into the super details, but I'll give you enough introduction that you would need. Let me paste this in. If you don't want to type this out, just go into the source code under the config, find the cron.js file, copy everything, and paste just like what I have done. So basically, we are trying to send a request on every 14 minutes. And here is the definition that I have put. So cron job explanations, they are some scheduled tasks that run periodically at fixed intervals. In our case, we would like to send one GET request for every 14 minutes so that our API never gets inactive on render.com. Okay, so how do we define it? Here is an explanation. Basically, we have 5 different fields. So the first one is minute, and then the hour, day of the month, here you can see, then the month, and then day of the week. So this means every 14 minutes, okay? And then this means at midnight on every Sunday, so on and so forth. I know it's a little bit weird and complicated initially, but if you pause the video and actually read it, I think it should make sense, okay? So what we are trying to do, we are getting the cron package as well as the HTTPS module from Node.js, and we are creating a job and exporting it. So we say send a request to API URL, which is something that we will define, and then we basically say, if it is done successfully, just put a console log that says get request sent successfully, okay? And if it is not done successfully, we will say it failed. Now you might be asking, why do we have the API URL? Because we don't really know what the endpoint is, right? So this is what I have in my case. In your case, it's something completely different, right? So we can either copy it and put it right here, just like this, but the better option would be just having it as an API URL, like an environment variable, right? So first I'll save this file and let's copy the API URL. Here I'll go ahead under the environment. Let's say edit, add another one, new variable, paste this in, and for the value, we can copy it, paste this in. Now we would like to send a GET request to, let's say, health, because if we send a request to only here, we'll get an error, right? So that's why I'd like to say API and health. So you can either do this, or we can cut this part from here and add it here as well. I'll just keep it simple and leave it here. Okay, so we are basically trying to add this API URL as this value. Let's say save, rebuild, and deploy. Now this is going to deploy the changes, but we would like to push this change to GitHub. Here we created this file, we never used this job. So we'll go under the server.js and import the job from CRON.js, and I will say maybe right here, okay, I'll say job.start, which is going to send a request every 14 minutes. But I only want to run this if we are in production, okay? So I'll say if process dot, actually, you can say env dot node-env, if it is equal to production, only then start this. In development, we don't really need to keep it active, right? Okay, so I think that's enough. We can save this file, open up our terminal, and push this change. I'll clear my terminal. Let's say git add everything, git commit -m, and let's say cron.js added. Okay, I'll say git push. So we're gonna get our changes on GitHub, and render will see those changes and it'll try to redeploy this. So let's go under the dashboard. Okay, it's trying to redeploy this. Let's wait for this to complete successfully. So it looks like it has been deployed successfully once again. I can wait around 15 minutes, and I would like to show you the console logs actually. So here we will have things like, let me pretty quickly display that. So on every 14 minutes, we will have this console log right here under the logs, okay? So maybe we can move forward with the tutorial, and at some point I can come back here and show you the console logs, okay? Okay, so I think that's gonna be it for the entire API part, for the backend part. I think this deployment process was really important for you to see, and on top of it, we have used cron jobs, which is a concept a beginner should definitely know, okay? So I hope you enjoyed it so far. In the next section, we're going to get started with the mobile development with React Native and Expo. So I'll see you there. Okay, so finally we can get started with the mobile folder where we will initialize a React Native project. But just before we write any code, I'd like to give you a quick introduction to React Native so that everything makes sense as we go through this course. Now, this is something that I have explained multiple times in my past tutorials, but just in case if you are new here, I have to go over it once again. So if you already know this, you can maybe skip a couple of minutes or maybe speed up the video. Okay, so what is React Native? It is a framework that allows you to build mobile applications using React. You can write either JavaScript or TypeScript. In this project, we'll be using JavaScript to keep it simple. And then there is something called cross-platform development, which means you would write code only once and that can run on multiple platforms. Okay, so React Native is a cross-platform framework because we can write code in one code base, which is JavaScript, and we can deploy it to both iOS and Android. So I hope that makes sense. And then if you take a look at it, in the old days, this wasn't really the case. If you wanted to build a mobile application, you had to build it twice. So first you would build it with, Swift for Apple Store, and then you would build it with Kotlin for the Android, for the Google Play Store. And if you were a company founder, that means you had to hire two different teams, right? So let's say you would hire this team and pay them $100K, and then same for this team, which is absolutely insane. But now with React Native, you can actually get rid of both of these teams, just maybe hire one, which is for the React Native, and you would pay only once, not twice, okay? So that's really, it's really cheap, both for the founders and I think for the developers, because they don't really need to learn two different languages, right? They don't need to learn Swift and Kotlin, which are two completely different languages. Instead, they could, just build it with React, with JavaScript, with React Native. Okay, so these are the requirements that I just put that you can read. And then if you take a look at the documentation in React Native, they say, we believe the best way to experience React Native is through a framework. So basically they say React Native by itself is probably not enough, okay? So you should use a framework, and our choice is Expo. So this is a screenshot from the documentation that you can visit under the reactnative.dev. Okay, so this is that screenshot that we have. Okay, so basically that means Expo is our go-to framework for React Native. So it is not the React Native itself, don't get confused, okay? It is a framework that is built on top of React Native that makes everything super simple and convenient. And we're gonna see this in action. So it is kind of like Next.js for React on the web. So it has all the performance optimizations on top of React. So at the end of the day, you are still writing React code, but you have some optimizations coming from Next.js. So it is the same thing. And I have some, comparisons that you can honestly just pause the video and take a look at it. I don't have to explain anything because it should make sense. Basically on React Web, we would have things like a div, h1, p, so on and so forth. But in React Native, div is equal to view, and any kind of text you would have, like h1, h2, 3, 6, p tag, they all will be replaced with a text component. And then for the styling, we would do something like class name and give it a name like card, and then define it under our CSS file. But instead in React Native, we would create a style sheet, and that would be our styles object. Then we can have our objects as our classes. So we have card class that has padding, but this is basically the JavaScript object, right? And then you would say style is going to be styles.card, whatever the name is. Okay, so we have card, profile image. Don't worry about this for now. We will see this in action. And then we have event handling. Basically, again, we have things like, on something, but instead of mouse, we have long press, on press, because we don't have a mouse. Instead, we have, our, let's say, our fingers. We are touching something. So instead of buttons, we have touchable opacities. And then the next thing is lists. So in React Web, you would do something like items.map. For each item, return something. You can do the same thing on React Native, but for performance optimizations, you can use flat list. Basically, we say, go over these items, which is our array, and for every single one of them, you can call this function, which is to render an item. So here we are getting the item and returning the same thing. So again, don't worry about this. We will see this in action later in the video. And then finally, we have the form comparison. Instead of input, we have things like text input, and we can give placeholder, value, style, on change, some different types that we will see later in the video. Okay, and then instead of on submit, okay, so we don't have on submit, but we have, on press, where you would like to handle the submission. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. This should give you an idea how they compare, React Web with React Native. Okay, so that's it for the comparisons. Very last thing that you might be wondering, how do I follow along with this tutorial? Before we get into it, let's try to actually create a React Native application. I'll open up my terminal, let's kill this, and cd under the mobile, and then I'll say npx create expo, let's say create expo app, add latest, and I will say initialize it under the current folder. So I'll put dot at the end. So this will go ahead and get you a boilerplate project where I would like to delete almost everything and get started from scratch, because as a beginner, this is going to look like completely confusing. And for the expo, you can check out the documentation as well. I'd like to mention it. Okay, it looks like I don't have an internet, but now I have. So this is the entire documentation that you can take a look. Probably you don't really need to go over everything, but this quick tutorial should give you an idea, or you can watch the video where I'd like to explain most of the things that you would need. So we just run this to initialize an application. It's installing all the packages that we would need, but basically this is really similar to React itself. So we have some custom hooks, we have some constants, components, assets, and the app folder, which is a special folder that we'll get into, and it has some special files like underscore layout, not found, index, so on and so forth. We'll get into it. Let's see, we got all the dependencies. I'll clear this out, and I'd like to basically delete everything that we have. Not everything, but most of the things. And the Expo team will give you a script called reset project. So I will say npm run reset -project, and here I just say no. Now why do we say yes or no? They say, do you want to move the existing files to app example instead of deleting them? I would like to delete them instead of moving them, right? So I'll just say no, just go ahead and delete them. Here we can see app has been deleted, components have been deleted, everything, and we got a super simple application at the moment. We have just an app folder with a simple layout and a home page and some assets. That's it. Now let's try to clear this up, and I would like to open up my simulator, which is something that I'll talk about in a second. Okay, so before we get into that, let me walk you through it. You might be asking, how do I follow along with this tutorial? Basically, you have two different options. You can install a simulator, just like what I have done. I have to install it because I'll be teaching you guys, so we should have the changes in real time on my desktop. But installing a simulator will take a couple of minutes or maybe even hours, because installing Android Studio will take a really long time. Same for the Xcode. So instead, maybe you can install the Expo Go on your actual physical device. So head over to the App Store or Play Store and install this application. Then open this up in your phone, because we're going to scan a QR code. So here you can say npx expo. That is going to give you a QR code, right? So first, I would like to run this on my simulator. If you have it, you can press I for iOS, and if you're in Windows, you can press A. That will open up on Android Studio. So let's wait for this to bundle and start. At the same time, if you're going to be using your mobile phone, you can scan this QR code. Now here we go, it's been bundled. We can see the output, which is the homepage. Here it says edit. It's the exact same output. I'll say 1, 2, 3, save it. This is what we got. That means it is working in real time. And I would like to open up my camera and actually show you this in action with my physical device. So here I'll open up my camera. Let's say open this dude. And then I can basically scan this QR code. Okay, so it should probably open up, right? So successfully it is done. This is exactly what you can do with your physical device. And then just make sure that you're connected to the same API, sorry, you're connected to the same Wi-Fi, okay? So the Wi-Fi that I am connected to is the same thing that I have in my machine, in my laptop, so that it's working in sync. Otherwise, it's not gonna work correctly. Alright, so now that we know how to run this app both in the simulator and in our physical device, I think in the next section we can get started with the basics of React Native. And just before we get into that, let's see if our cron jobs are working correctly. So you can visit your dashboard, select your service, this is what I had, and then under the logs, we should be able to see the GET request, which is going to be sent on every 14 minutes, right? And we can get the console log successfully. Okay, so that was something that I wanted to mention just before we end this section. Okay, so I think in the next section, we can get started with the basics of React Native. Okay, in this section, I would like to talk about the basics of React Native specifically. So if you already know the basics, maybe you can skip this section, but if you don't, we can go over it pretty quickly. And then in the incoming sections, we can actually learn by building the project itself. Okay, so everything starts from the app folder. This is a special folder that we have in Expo, in Expo, not in React Native. Here we have two different files for now. We have the root layout, which is the starter file. Here is where our application starts. And then we have the home screen, which is called as index. So if you want to add a text, it should go under the text component. So you cannot randomly have a text like hello, it's going to crash. It says, let me save it once again and open up the terminal. It basically says text strings must be rendered with a text component. So we can go ahead, bring this back, and we should be able to see it properly. Then if you wanted to add a style that you can add it as inline, let's say color is going to be red and it's going to update properly. You can have like paddings, margins, anything that you wish. But as you can imagine, if you have more and more styles, this file is going to look really ugly, right? And what you can do is basically create a style sheet. So what I'll be doing is actually create this styles. Let's say style sheet, and we need to import it from React Native. Okay, and then we'll say create. Then this is going to take an object. Now we can basically cut everything that we have. I would like to call this as container. So I'll say container, paste this object in, and then we can now say styles.container. It'll basically take this object and put it right here. Let's do the same thing for the text. Let's say text, paste this in, and let's say styles.text. So it is working correctly as we wish, and we can change anything that we want. Let's say font size is going to be like 40. It's been updated. Now another problem with this is that let's say we have 100 lines of CSS code, right? We have a bunch of different styles in this object. This file will get really ugly. So what we can do, basically cut this from here and put it into a different file and folder. This is what we'll be doing in a couple of minutes, but for now just keep that in mind. You can take these styles and put them under different files and folders. Now let's try to use an image component. So you can either get the image from React Native or you can get it from Expo. In this case, I'll get that from Expo image. Let's say import image from Expo image. And by the way, just before we move forward, if you take a look at the package.json, we have a lot of different dependencies that has been installed already. So basically, Expo does a really great job. When you initialize an Expo app, it's going to install most of the packages that you would need. So we have things like reanimated for animations. we have something called safe area context, so on and so forth. And actually we'll be using almost all of them. Okay, so just keep that in mind. These are the packages that you already have. And then under the image, we can put a source. Let's say we want to get an image from Unsplash, which is a, let's say, an external image, right? I was trying to get the image address, paste this in. We're gonna paste it under the URI. So I'll paste this in and let's give some styles. I'll say style, we can say width of 100 and same for the height. Okay, here we can see we got the image. Now if we want to get a local image, let's say under the assets, under the images, let's get the React logo.png. We can basically require it, okay? So I will delete the URI actually. Let's say require. So you can say at, which means you're basically under the mobile. From here, you can go under the assets and then under the images, and then get the React logo.png. Let's save. Okay, here we go. It's working correctly. You could also take this, put it right here. Let's say import React logo from, paste this in, but delete the require. Let's see if this is going to work. What it says, React logo, wait, unable to resolve path images. Let me put this correctly. Okay, so I think if you just save this file, it's going to work correctly, but we are getting this error from TypeScript. It says it doesn't have the corresponding type declarations, which is completely fine. We don't really need it. Okay, so keep that in mind. This is the image usage. We will have a bunch of different these image components later in the video. And the next thing that we can take a look at is going to be the text input component. Let's import it from React Native. Let's put a placeholder like your email and let's save. Okay, it doesn't have any styling, but you know, you can add anything that you wish. Let's say style, let's say border width could be something like 1, and we can add some paddings. Okay, so you get the point. This is the component for the inputs, and you can put different types. So let's say this is going to be a password field. You can say secure entry text entry. Let's say it's going to be equal to true. If you try to type something in, it's going to be, you know, secured. If that was false, you would see the value. So these are the things that we'll get into later in the video. So for now, I don't really want to list every single detail, which is not really necessary. So we have seen the view, which is like a div, and then we have the text, basically for a text. We have seen the text input. We have seen the image. Let's get the touchable opacity. Let me say opacity imported from React Native. So this is basically a button. So I'll say click me or press me. Okay, so we have a text. It should go under the text component. So if you click to it, here we can see we have this opacity effect that feels like a button. And you can put different props like on press, so on and so forth. And then we also have a link. Again, you can use the link from React Native, from React Navigation or Expo router, which is going to be the one that I will prefer because it has all the, all the optimizations for a link. It comes with caching, so on and so forth, and you can read it. And here it's going to take the href, so we can take the user and navigate them to a file or a page like about. So I'll say visit about page or maybe screen. If you click to it, it's going to crash because we don't really have that page, which is fine. And here TypeScript is not really happy with you. It says you don't have this screen. To be able to create that, you can go under the app and just say about.tsx or JSX. And then I'll use an extension, let's say ES7. Oops. So just go ahead and install this one so that you can run RNFE. That's going to give you a React Native functional component. So let's say about screen. Save and test this out. I'll click to it. We are in the about screen and we can go back if we really wanted to. So another thing that I'd like to talk about is this behavior. So if I click to this page, it comes from the right hand side. And if I go back, it goes from left to right. Now this is possible thanks to what we call a stack navigator. So the new pages will be coming from the right hand side and the previous pages will be coming from the left hand side. And we can add different options. So here I can say screen options. Let's say we would like to get rid of this title. So here we have index and here we have about. I can say header shown is going to be equal to false. Okay, so I'll just save. Now it is gone. And now we have a problem where the content is overflowing with the status bar. Okay, so this is what we call the status bar. And how can we fix it? So this is what we call it the safe area. So anything within here is called as safe area. Okay, so we can use a component that is going to push the content within this safe area so that it is always visible. So let's see how we can make that work. So basically, instead of just having this stack component, I would like to cut it for a second and let's say return this part. Here we will get something what we call the safe area view. Now instead of getting it from React Native, we will get it from this package, which is a better version of it, and then put this stack in. So if you save, you're not going to see anything because we need to say this should take the entire width or the entire height, right? So I'll say style will be flex of 1. Okay, now we can see the content is within the safe area. It is not overflowing with the status bar. And if you wanted to update the color of the status bar, you can import it. Let's say status bar either from React Native or Expo. Let's actually get that from Expo. I'll say status bar from Expo status bar, I believe, right? So this is what we got. Let's say use this one. And I believe we have the style. You can put a couple of different values. So in this case, let's put dark. So it has been updated and it is visible, accessible. So just keep this status bar in mind. For now, we can delete that. And if we need it later in the video, we can come back and add that, okay? Now, one more thing that I'd like to mention. Now, in web development, display flex is in the row direction by default. But in mobile development, flex is in the column direction by default because you don't really have that much of space horizontally. So what is going to happen is that if you say flex, everything will be in the column direction by default, right? So just keep that in mind. It is not like web development. By default, it is not in the row direction. It is actually in the column direction. This is something that you would like to keep in mind. Okay, we can go on and on, but I think it is not really needed. In the next section, we can get started with the actual application. So we can implement things like these screens. We have the sign in, sign up, verify email, and a bunch of different things. So with that, I'll see you in the next section. In this section, let's try to set up our code base so that we have all the images, colors, the file and folder structure, so on and so forth. Now, what I mean by the images, so these are the images that I'll provide you. So 1, 2, 3, and then we'll have 3 different beautiful icons. Okay, so you can find the GitHub link in the description. From the source code, we will get all these images. And the other thing that we'd like to have is these CSS styling, okay? So these colors, I'll give you 3 or I think 6 different themes. Just find the link in the description. This is the GitHub gist we're gonna copy and paste a couple of different things. And then you can also get the source code to grab the images, okay? So first, let's get the styling. So find this link. It'll be in the description, as I said. It is the React Native Recipe Finder app. So we will get some styling. First, let's create this file, and we'll go step by step. It is auth styles.js. And honestly, we have a bunch of different things. Let's try to be a little bit fast because these are only styling, okay? So it's nothing than just CSS classes. So we'll go right here under the assets. I'll create a folder called styles. And once again, this is not a CSS course, so I don't really want to waste 2 hours writing things like padding, margin, height, width, flex. You know, these are the things you already know, okay? So let's copy the entire thing for the auth styles.js file. It's around 100 lines of code. I'll go and create this file. Let's say auth.styles.js and paste this in. So currently we have an error, but we are going to fix that. So just keep this in mind. We need to create a colors file, and let's actually do it. So under the mobile, create the constants and then put the colors.js file. Let's try to find it, which is this one. So I will provide you a couple of different themes that you can use. Let's copy the entire thing. So in this example, I'll be using the purple theme, but with the help of this object, you can use a couple of different themes. So you can either use coffee, forest, purple, or any of those. So copy it and paste it right here. So in this example, I'm using purple, but let's say you would like to use the ocean, which is the blue theme. You can just change it and that's it, okay? But I'll keep the purple theme. And how that works, you can basically scroll to the top. Every single theme has these fields, okay? So from primary to shadow colors. And then if you want to update it, you'll just say themes.purple, themes.mint, midnight, rose gold, anything. It is coming from this object. Now let's go ahead and take a look at it. Error is gone. We can save this file. We'll be using these classes, okay? So just keep that in mind. Now let's get the other styling. We just got the auth styles. The other file will be favorites styles.js. I'll copy the name, paste this in, and grab the content. So you can maybe speed up the video at this point, but I have to show this step by step. So this is the entire thing. Let's go ahead, create the next one, which is home styles.js. And grab the content. So you can take a look at the entire classes. There's nothing special, I think. It's pretty basic, and since this is not a CSS course, I'll just speed up this process at this point. So we have things like overflow. Maybe like this is something that you have never heard of, but basically this is some kind of a shadow for Android devices. So if there is anything that you don't understand, you can pause the video, get that exact selection and ask it to something like ChatGPT to explain you what that does. Okay, now let's save and get the other styling, which is the recipe detail styles. So I'll copy the entire thing. I think this is the longest one that we have. And let's see, this should be the very last one. Okay, so I can feel like it's a little bit annoying to copy and paste all of these, but honestly, this is nothing than just styling. So we're gonna basically use all these styles that we have created so that we can get this kind of a beautiful output. So these are the things that I have prepared already so that we can save a couple of hours. Okay, now I'd like to get the images. So it's gonna be under the source code. So just go ahead, find it, go under the mobile, under the assets, and under the images, you should be able to see a couple of different images. Now I'll go ahead, copy and paste them. So I just installed the images from the source code. We got the chicken.png. We got 3 different illustrations for the oath pages. Okay, and then we have the lamp as well as the pork image. So these are the images, these 3 that I have generated with ChatGPT, but the chicken, lamp, and pork are the images that are coming from this website. I don't know what happened to my voice, excuse me, but here we go. This is the website that I have used. It has over 3,000 or nearly 3,000 icons. They are completely free to use, but if you want to support the project, you can do it with a lifetime access. Here you can search for anything like chicken, and these are the results that you would get. And this is the one that we are actually using. So the creator of this project is Charlie. A huge shout out to him. I don't know him personally, but it's such a beautiful project that I'd like to give a quick shout out. Okay, so this is a pretty cool resource that you have in your toolbox. So after the images, I think we can set up our, one more folder that is going to be called as services, and we're gonna put the meal api.js file. So for now, just leave it empty. We are going to add a couple of different functions so that we can fetch these recipes from the, the free API, which is going to be the mealdb.com. Okay, so let's leave this section here, open up our project, and let's just start the mobile app. Under the mobile folder, just say npx expo, and then we can press I. Okay, so let's have the application open, and then I'll see you in the next section, hopefully. Okay, so this is what I have. I'll see you in the next one. Now let's get started with the authentication under the mobile folder. Now we are going to be using Clerk as we talked about it previously, so you can find the link in the description. Let's go ahead and try to log in. I'll visit my dashboard, and this is the project that we had. Now let's select the Expo, and the first thing you would like to do, just go under the configure, okay, and then find the, let's see, native applications. So just make sure that this is enabled, okay? So if it is like this, go ahead and enable it and then save. This is something that is coming from the documentation. If you would like to use it with a mobile application, you have to enable this. So with this in mind, let's try to go over these steps. First, we would like to install Clerk under the mobile folder, okay? Let's open up our terminal. Maybe we can kill that. Make sure you're under the mobile, paste this in, and then get the publishable key, which is something that we already have, but it's not going to be under the backend. So go ahead, cut this from the .env and create one under the mobile. Okay, so the other thing we would like to have is to wrap our application with the Clerk provider. Okay, so let's go under the app and layout, app underscore layout. This is the root layout, so we can wrap everything with Clerk provider component, just like this, and it'll be coming from the package that we just installed. So I'll paste this in. Oops. Let's save. Now the other thing we would like to do is to put the slot in the middle. So slot is the component. It's like whatever the page you are in. So it is like the outlet component in React Router. So if you have ever worked with React Router, then you know what this component is. It's basically the current page that you're in. Now I'll get rid of the safe area view for now and get rid of the stack. I'll just put the slot component, which is coming from Expo router, okay? So we can get rid of these imports. And the other thing we would like to do, installing this package. So let's copy it. And then we can paste this in under the mobile. And then we're gonna put a cache. So these are the steps that you have to do for Clerk to be able to work properly, okay? So these are just some steps that we have to do for the authentication work properly. I'll paste this in. Let's import the token cache from Clerk Expo. Okay, so we are wrapping our entire application with the Clerk provider so that we can use Clerk in our entire application without having a bug, right? So that's what we have just done. And now we can create our authentication pages under the auth folder. So we can handle the navigation with the redirect component coming from Expo router. Then we can create a sign-in page, sign-up page, a verify email page, so on and so forth. Now let's try to get started step by step. I'll save this. We can go and close everything. Under the mobile, under the app, we're gonna create this auth folder. So you have to put it under the brackets. This is for grouping our routes. Basically, we're gonna put every page that is related to authentication. So we will have signin.jsx, and I don't really want to use TypeScript, just to keep it beginner friendly. I'll use the JSX in this case. And then we can have the sign-up.jsx, and we can have, let's say, verify-email. Of course, it should have the .jsx at the end. And then we can create a layout.jsx file. Now we can delete the about, we don't really need it. Let's delete the link and get rid of the imports that we don't really use. Okay, so for now we can get started with the layout file, and this is what we'd like to copy and paste. I'll just paste this in and we'll go through it. So we are calling the useAuth hook from Clerk that is going to check if user is signed in or not. So we can say if user is signed in, just take them to the home page. Don't let them to visit the auth pages. And we can even make this a one-line return. But else we are going to put the stack component, so they will either see the sign-in page or sign-up page, or maybe even the verify email page, depending on the state. So you can take a look at the implementation of sign up and sign in. You can literally copy and paste. It's going to work properly, but I'd like to walk you through it. And they have a bunch of different files. These are the things that we have gone through in the past, but I'd like to walk you through it step by step. So first, let's get the simulator on the right hand side, and maybe we can start this with npx expo, and then I'll press R so that it can reload the application. And we can delete the home screen from here. Let's try to, just clear the content and remove this file and reload this. Okay, let's try to, have a tabs folder, which is something that I'll explain. Let's say tabs, and then we can put an index.jsx file. I'll say rnfe. Say home screen, save, and then also I'll have a layout file. Let's say layout.jsx, again rnfe, let's say tabs layout. And what do we want to return? It could be something like stack for now. Let's try to reload the application. Okay, so by default, we see the home screen that is coming from the index file. Now, what's up with the tabs folder? So this is what we call the tab navigator. And let me give you an example. So here, what you see on these pages are actually the tab navigators, or just the tab navigator itself. So this part is what we call the tab navigator. Depending on the tab item, the UI updates. So currently we are in the recipe screen, and here we are in the search screen and under the favorites screen. Basically, depending on the tab item, the UI will be updated. Every tab is a different screen. I hope that makes sense. So with this in mind, we'll go ahead under the auth, under the sign up, and we can get started with it. For now, I'll say, under the layout, maybe we could just say redirect user to the authentication page. So here I'd like to import something, just like what we have done in the past. I'll say is signed in from use auth. Let me kill the left hand side and we'll say if not signed in, just return and redirect to the, let's say, href /auth/sign in. Let's save. Currently we are not logged in. For some reason it does not work. Let's save and reload this app. Okay, why this is not really working? Let's see, it is auth/sign in. Okay, looks like I didn't import anything or export. Let's put this in. Let's say sign in screen. And let's do the same thing for this one. Okay, since we are not really authenticated, by default we are in the sign in screen. And let's try to set up this file as well. I'll say rnfe and verify email screen. So for now, we are going to keep the content simple, and as we move forward, we will fix them. And let's try to call this as JSX rather than TSX, just to be consistent. So with this, I think we have just set it up the basics of the authentication. Now in the next steps, we can build these pages. So first, let's try to close everything and go through what we have just done. And let's try to say yes, save everything and close these files. Okay, so we installed two different packages, one for the Expo and the other one for the secure store that Expo uses behind the scenes, or the clerk uses behind the scenes. And then we have set it up this layout file. We wrapped our entire application with the clerk provider so that authentication works correctly. Then we have set it up the auth pages. Here we have the redirection under the layout file. This will basically check if user is signed in or not. And then we have the sign in, sign up, and verify email pages under the tabs. Again, we are handling the redirection depending on the signed in state. So far so good, I believe. There isn't anything complicated. We can pause the video, take a look at the code base, and we will move forward with the sign in screen. But what I'd like to do first, just get rid of this header option. So here I think under the auth, under the stack, we could say something like screen options and get rid of the header. I think header shown it was. Let's say false. Okay, now again we have the problem. Content is not under the safe area. We can fix that. Let's go under the layout and we can wrap everything with the safe, let's say safe area view, which is coming from this package. Hopefully this should fix it. If we add the styling, I'll say flex should be 1. Okay, now the background is a little bit different, but we're gonna fix it in a couple of minutes, or maybe in the incoming sections, I should say. So with that, that's gonna be it for this section. In the next one, we're gonna get started with the sign in and sign up pages. So let's move on with the sign in page. I'll go under the app, auth, and sign in. Let's kill the left hand side and get started with it. So before we return anything, let's handle the logic that we're gonna have here above the return statement. So first, I'd like to import a couple of different things. We're gonna get the router from Expo router, okay? Just go ahead and import that. And then from clerk, we will get these values and then a couple of different states. So we're gonna keep track of the email, password, if we show the password or not, and then a loading state. And here are the default options. Now we're gonna have another function. Let's say const handle sign in, which is going to be an async function. Here I'd like to check if user provided the email and password. Here I'll say if there is no email, and before we write any code, I'd like to show you the page that we are trying to build. So it is the sign in page. Okay, so we're gonna put an image, 2 different fields with a state, and then a button with a link. Okay, so let's try to see how we can build it in the sign in page. I'll say if there is no email, and or actually let's say if one of them is not provided, we can basically show an alert. Okay, so I'll say alert imported from React Native dot alert, and first we're gonna put the title. Let's say this is an error, and then we can put the message. Let's say please fill in all fields, and then we can return out of this function. And then we can also say check if clerk is loaded. If not, let's say just return and don't do anything. But if this is not the case, we can finally get started with the login process. So I'll say set loading to be true, and then we can have the try, catch, and finally block. So in the try, we would like to say await sign in dot create, and everything that we will be writing is basically coming from the documentation. Okay, so you can just double check this file if you really wanted to, but I think I'll try to explain everything that you need to know. So the identifier is going to be email because we are trying to log in with email and password combination. And then we're going to put the password, it is the state that we have. And then we can, I think, get a result. I'll say const, this will be equal to sign in attempt. And then we can, just check if the status is completed successfully. I'll say if sign in attempt dot status is equal to complete, and there are a couple of different options. If this is the case, we can say await set active, which is this thing, the setter method we are getting from clerk. We will say activate the session, right? I'll say sign in attempt dot create session ID, and that's it. But in the else case, we have some errors. Let's try to put an alert. Instead of typing this out, I think I'll just paste it. We'll say sign in failed, please try again. And then we can put a console log for the debugging purposes. And then in the catch block, we can put this error. Okay, so I'll call this as error.errors, and we'll get the message if there is any. And then we can put a console log once again. Then finally, we can say set loading to be equal to false. Okay, so that's the entire function. We're going to call this in a second. But first, let's try to build the UI. Here under the view, we will add the style, and this is going to be coming from auth styles. Let's try to import it. So let's say import auth styles from, let's go one up, one more, under the assets, styles, and auth styles file. So if you take a look at that, we have the auth styles, and we'll be using each of these classes one by one. So the first one is going to be the container. So let's say UI has been updated. This is the background color that we have. And then we would like to use another view. For now, I'll just say view. And actually, this is going to be a different component called keyboard avoiding view. Okay, imported from React Native. It should be like this. So it is this component, and you might be asking, why is it called keyboard avoiding view? So basically, if you how can I show this? If you click to this input, a keyboard will open, and you never want this keyboard to overflow with it, right? If keyboard is here, so just imagine this is filled in, right? This is the keyboard. You would not be able to see the content. So I think we are going to see it in action. It's really hard to explain it right now, but once we have the input, I'll show you how that works. Here I'll put the style. Let's say it's the auth styles.keyboard view, and then the behavior is going to be depend on the platform. So I'll say behavior, let's import the platform from React Native. We'll say if it is iOS, it should be in the padding, but else it'll be height. Okay, within this, we will get a different component, which is going to be a scroll view. Again, we will see how that works in a second, and we can add some styles. So content container style will be this one, and then we will say show for vertical scroll indicator to be false. We don't really want to see a indicator if we scroll. And then we can get into it, then put an image container. Here I'll say view. This is going to get the style from the auth styles.image container. And then we will have an image. I'd like to copy and paste and we'll go through it. So we are going to import the image from Expo actually. From Expo image. And this is going to get the first illustration. We are going to put the styles and the content fit is going to be contain. So that was the image container. After this, we can put a welcome back text that is going to take the title class. So right after this text, we would like to put some, let's say form container, right? So here I'll go ahead and put a comment, let's say form container, and then I'd like to have a view. So let's create this component. I'll give some classes. So it'll be auth styles.form container. And then within this view, I'd like to put one more view that is going to be for the email input. So instead of typing this out, I'll go ahead, copy and paste. That is around 10 lines of code where we have a text input. Okay, so let's import it. And then we'd like to use the colors imported from the constants. Let's save and test this out. So this is the UI that we have. And if you cannot see the keyboard, just press Command-Shift-K. So with that, you can toggle this on or off, you know. Okay, so what we have is basically the style, the placeholder that says enter email, and then the text color for the placeholder, the value, which is our state, and then when you type into it, it'll update the state with it, and then the keyboard type, where we have a bunch of different options. In this case, we are using the email address. So if you press Control Space, you can see there are a bunch of different options. And if you use email address on the keyboard, you're going to see this @ symbol. Okay, so that's one thing to keep in mind. And then we just say don't auto capitalize this. Okay, I think you can basically pause the video and take a look at the classes. As I said before, we'll not just get into it, but basically on the text input, let's see what we have. So we are updating the font size, the color, padding on horizontal and vertical directions, background color, some border radiuses, so that it is nice looking, so on and so forth. So right after the email input, I would like to put one more comment. This is going to be for the password input. And instead of typing this out, I'd like to copy and paste once again, and then I'll walk you through it line by line, just like what we have done above. Okay, so let's scroll to the top. This is what I have copied and pasted, a view that has the style of input container. Then we have a text input. Let's import the touchable opacity as well as the ion icons. So we'll get into this, but basically we would like to use an icon that is either eye off or on. So in React Native or with Expo, you have ion icons that you can import, and you can put the name for the icon. So we'll see how that works. Let me go ahead and get the import. So just scroll to the top, paste this in, import ion icons from vector icons that is coming from Expo. So if you scroll to the bottom and save this file, let's see what we're gonna get. So this is what we have. Depending on the state, the icon will change, and when you click to it, you would negate the state. So I hope that makes sense. And if you type into it, so I'll just put something in, as you can tell, the text has been secured because we say text entry is going to be, you know, either true or false. For now, let's say it is true, so it's always going to be true. But if you bring this back, it'll depend on the state. Okay, so I hope everything makes sense so far. And then let's try to actually update this as well. For now, you can put anything that you wish. I'll just go with add circle just to show you an example. Okay, basically you can take a look at the entire list. You don't really have to, but just keep in mind we have millions of different icons with ion icons. Okay, so this is what we're gonna have with the size as well as the color itself. Now let's try to see, I'll open up the keyboard. Okay, so we have this problem. If you click to the password input, this keyboard is overflowing with it, right? You can scroll, but literally there is no way for you to see it. And I thought we have fixed it with the keyboard avoiding view, but looks like we are missing one more prop, which is going to be the vertical offset. So I'd like to copy and paste. We'll say keyboard vertical offset. If we are on the iOS platform, it'll be 64, else it'll be 0. Let's save and test this out once again. Now it should scroll automatically. So if you don't use this component, okay, so if you just use a regular view, then I think you will be in trouble. Let's delete this as well as this one. With only this style, it is not going to work, okay? So it cannot scroll. So for that reason, you have to use the keyboard avoiding view. Okay, just go ahead and import that, and it should be working correctly. Now let's scroll to the bottom, and we're gonna add a button. Let's delete this extra space. And I think right after this view, so just maybe shrink this, we will put a sign in button. Here I'll go ahead, copy and paste and walk you through it. It's around maybe 5 lines of code. So we have a touchable opacity with some styles, and we have the on press disabled. It'll depend on the loading state, and then if it is active, this is going to be the opacity. Then we have a text that says sign in, or it'll just say signing in depending on the loading state. So if it was true, this is what you would see. And if it was true again, it would be disabled. So literally you cannot click right now. And like it'll be disabled when you are in the loading state. Now here for this style, for the very first time, we have an array, okay? So you might be asking why this is the case. So basically here we are having the loading state. Depending on this state, we will have the button disabled class. Let me just zoom out. So no matter what happens, this button will always get the auth button styles, but it'll only take this style if you are in the loading state. I hope that makes sense. This is one of the usages that you should definitely keep in mind because you will see this a lot and probably you will need this a lot. Okay, so that's the button that we have. Let's save. And right after this view, or maybe right after this touchable opacity, I'll put a link. So let me copy and paste. We have a sign up link. You can either put a link or a button. This is what I'll put. Okay, so this is what we have. If you click to it, it'll take you to the sign up screen, and we can go back. So I think there is nothing to explain here, but basically if you press into this button, it'll push you to the sign up page. Now let's try to actually sign in with an account. We don't really have any accounts, but let's try to test out. I'll put, let's say, John. Okay, for some reason I cannot type in. Let's say reload the app or press I. Okay, what is happening? Let's just say okay and test this out. Let's say, oops, John, and I'll get the @ symbol. Let's say gmail.com. And for the password, let's put from 1 to 6. Okay, it says could not find your account. That's correct because we don't really have any users at the moment. So we're going to implement that in the sign up page. But for now, I think everything is working correctly in the sign in page. So we can literally save this file and move forward with the sign up page. It's going to be in the next section, but just before we get into the sign up page, I'd like to fix this background. It is not really matching with the rest of the application. So to fix this background, we can visit the root layout, which is this file. Okay, so just under the app, the direct layout is the root layout. Here I'd like to say the background color is going to be colors. Let's import that. So I'll say colors.background. Now it's been fixed. This is the actual background that we have. And if you wanted to update the theme, as I have mentioned previously, all you have to do is just update this line. Let's say we would like to get the coffee theme. It'll be updated. So we have a bunch of different options like sunset. Since the image is matching with the purple theme, I'll be using that one, but you can change it and make it anything that you wish. So with that, I'll see you in the next section where we will build the sign up screen. Alright, so this is where we left. Let's get started with the sign up screen. First, I'd like to zoom in, and just before we build the UI, I'd like to give you the logic, the functions, the state, everything that we would need. Let me save and import everything that we would need. We would like to get the router from Expo router. Okay, so I'll say use router and import that from Expo router. And then let's import the use signup from clerk. I don't really know why auto suggestion doesn't really work, but let me try to fix it. In VS Code, you can press Command Shift P and say reload window. So this sometimes does the solution. Okay, it does the trick, but let's see. Okay, if it doesn't work, I'll go ahead and import it manually. So let's say import this from clerk Expo, and then we can get the use state from React. Say use state from React. So we have the email, password, show password, loading, and pending verification. So let's say if this is equal to true, we would see this page. Okay, so if we are in the true state, we will see this, but else we're gonna see the sign up page. And this is what we would like to build. It's almost identical to sign in, but we just have a different text. Let's change the color, by the way. So we have a different text, maybe a different text right here, and the link. Okay, so let's try to build the functions that we're gonna need. So when we click to this button, we are gonna call a handle sign up method. Let's try to create it. Say handle sign up. That is going to be an async function. And then within this function, first we can check some validations, right? I'll say if there is not email provided or there is not password provided, we can basically return an alert. I'll just paste this in. Let's import the alert from React Native, and we'll say please fill in all the fields. And then we can check if the password is less than 6 characters. I'll say it should be at least 6 characters. And then another check we can do is going to be if it is not loaded, which is the clerk. Okay, so if clerk is not loaded, don't do anything, just return out of this function. But else we can say set the loading state to be true, and then we can get the try, catch, as well as the finally block. Finally, we'll just say the loading state is going to be equal to false. Either we succeed or fail, the loading state should be equal to false. So in the try, we would like to basically start the sign up process using the email and password that has been provided. Okay, so let's go ahead and say await sign up the create, and notice how this sign up is coming from clerk. Okay, so we'll say create, and we are going to pass the email address, that is the email state, and then we would like to pass the password. Okay, so if this has been created successfully, we would like to send a 6-digit verification code, right? Let's say await sign up dot prepare email address verification, and then our strategy is equal to, let's say, email code. We can send a link or do different things, but this is what we'll have in this application. And then we can update the pending state. Let's say if we send the email verification, the pending verification should be equal to true. And then we can say, I think that's it. We can get into the catch block. I'll just say, just throw an alert. And for the debugging purposes, you can put a console log. Let's call this as an error. Okay, so we have the functions, we have the states, but it's time to build the UI because currently we don't really have anything. First, I'll just add a random UI for the verification. So I'll say pending verification. If this is the case, we can return a p tag or just a string. We'll say pending UI will go here. So if this is equal to true, and I think this should be under a text, let's say text. Okay, so if you are in the pending state, this is going to be UI that we're gonna build a little bit later in the video. Let's say if pending verification, but else we're gonna see the sign up screen. Now let's try to build it. First, I'll say style and import the auth styles. So for some reason, I cannot import that. Let me do it manually up here. So I just imported the auth styles from this file, and we're gonna get some classes. So the very first one is going to be the container style that we have. Let's say container. And it should be looking like this. Then inside this view, we would like to have a keyboard avoiding view. Okay, so just like in the previous section, I'll say keyboard avoiding view. It is coming from React Native. Let's add the props, such as the behavior itself. And let's import the platform as well, coming from React Native. And then we can add the offset, as well as the style that is going to be keyboard view. So here I think we have an annoying TypeScript warning, but let's get rid of the quotes. Okay, so within this keyboard avoiding view, we would like to put a scroll view. You might be asking why. Let's see in the sign-in page. Basically, you can scroll thanks to this component that is called scroll view. Even though we don't really have any content below, but I think it's nice to give this experience. Okay, so under the scroll view, I'll add two different styling or two different props. So this is the same thing that we have done in the sign-in page. So that's why I don't really think that we should explain this again. Here I'll go ahead and get a view where we'll have the image container. So I'll copy and paste, import the image from Expo image. Not from React Native, but Expo image. Okay, so we are getting there. We have the image container, then we can put the title. Right after this view, it's going to say create account. And then we can put the form container. I'll get the view right after this text. And let's close this off. And it is getting the form container class. Then we can put the email input. Let's import the text input and get the colors from the constants. Okay, so after the email input, we are going to put the password input. And it'll be the same thing that we had in the previous section. So we'll have a text input, a touchable opacity, as well as an icon. Let's get the ion icons imported. So I have just copied and pasted this line. It is the exact same output that we have in the sign-in page. So it is working correctly. And I think after this, we can put a button as well as a link that will take us to the sign-in page. So first I'd like to put the sign up button. I think it'll be under this view. Okay, let me actually shrink this. It is the password input. Right after this, we're gonna put the sign up button, which is this touchable opacity with a text. And then finally, we can put the sign in link that will be under the touchable opacity. Okay, now when you click to this link, it'll take you back to the, to the back page. Instead of saying something like router.push, we will basically say back so that it has this kind of an effect. I think this is looking pretty nice. This is what I'll be using. And now we can test out the sign up functionality. Let's try to say account is going to be this one. Let me get the @ symbol. For some reason, I cannot get it here on the input. Say gmail.com. And I'll put a password. So let's say sign up, creating the account, and now we are in the pending state. Let's take a look at our inbox if we are gonna get that code or not. So I just got the email. It says 0 minutes ago, and we have this 6-digit code. But since we don't have the UI, we cannot really test this out. let's try to build it here on this page. Okay, so basically instead of returning this text, I will return a different component that is called a verify email. So let me say return the verify email. We are going to create this in a second. This will take the email address, right? Let's pass the email, which is our state. Now we are passing this email so that we can display the email right here. Okay, so whatever that is, we will say we have sent a verification code to your email address. So that's why we are passing this. And then we are going to pass the on back method, so that if you're on this page and you say back to sign up, we are going to call this method that is going to update the state. Let's say set pending verification to be equal to false. Okay, let's try to create this. I'll copy that under the auth. Let's say, or actually we already have it, right? It's the verify email screen. I'd like to rename this to be verify email itself. Let's save and try to import it. Okay, so this is the entire page, by the way. Okay, so just in case if it is confusing, here you have it. Now I can zoom in and go into the verify email page. Let's save this. First, I'll get my props, which are the email as well as the on back method. And then I'll get a couple of different states as well as a function coming from clerk. So we will have the code state as well as the loading state. And then we can create a function. I'll say const handle verification. That is going to be an async function, and we can get into the logic. Let's say try, catch, and maybe a finally block. Oops, let's give the proper spacing. So I'd like to add this check. I'll say if clerk is not loaded, just return and don't do anything. But else we can get into the try block. First, I'll say loading state is going to be equal to true. And in the try, we can say first, just use the code the user provided to attempt the verification. So that sounds complicated, but let's see it in action. I'll say await signup.attempt email address verification. Okay, call the method and then pass the code into it. So you can do code and pass the state, but since it is the same thing, I'll just shorten this. And then this is going to be equal to sign up attempt. And let's properly spell this. And then we can check if this is done successfully. So I'll say sign up attempt dot status. If it is equal to complete, and there are other options like abandoned or missing requirements, but I'll say complete. If this is the case, we can say await set active to be session, and then session will be sign up attempt dot created session or session ID. Okay, right after the if check, we can say else, which means there was an error. I can say alert imported from React Native and say something like verification failed, please try again later. And then we can console log whatever that is for debugging purposes. In the catch, I'll do the same thing. First, let me say call this as an error, get the alert, and put the console log. Finally, loading state is going to be equal to false. Okay, hopefully this should work, but first we need to build the UI. So we cannot really see this at the moment, but we'll get there. So first I'll say view, this will take the style from the auth styles, let's import it, and I'll say container. And then again, I'd like to put the keyboard avoiding view. So we have done this multiple times. I'll just go ahead, copy and paste, import it, and get the platform. And then within this keyboard avoiding view, I'll put a scroll view component. Let's import that with these props. Then we can put the image container. So basically we are trying to build this UI. Okay, so let's put this image. Here I'll get the view with the image itself. That is gonna be coming from Expo image. And then right after this view, we can put two different titles. That is going to say verify your email and then maybe a small description. Okay, so this is that content. Now we can put the form container. I'll say view style is going to be auth styles.form container, and then put the verification code input. That is going to be a text input, get the color, and value is going to be the code with the setter method. And the keyboard type is going to be number pad because we will just put numbers only, right? Okay, right after this view, we can put another one for the verify button. So instead of a view, this will be the touchable opacity. And you can take a look at all the props, basically just pause it. I believe you will understand everything because it is super simple. And then I think after this, we will just put a back button. I will copy and paste. If you click to this, it'll basically take you to the previous state. Let's save and actually test this out. I'll try to sign up with that account once again. And let me get the @ symbol. For some reason, I cannot get it. So if I try to do @ from here, I cannot get it. I don't know why, but password could be something like this. And let's say sign up. Creating the account, I think we didn't save this. If we save, UI should be updated. Is it? Let's see, did we import this one? Save. Okay, for some reason it is not being updated. Let me say reload. And just try to sign up once again with the same account. So I put the email and password, let's say sign up. Okay, this is the UI that we have. Now let's try to get the very latest verification code, which is going to be this one. Let me copy and paste. So this is the very latest one that I got. Okay, so I'll go ahead, paste this in. Let's say verify the email, and it should take us to the home screen. Let's double check that. If we visit Clerk dashboard, under the users, we should be able to see this account who has just been signed up, right? And you can actually see the details of this user. So with this, I think we have completed the entire authentication flow. In the next section, we can get started with the home screen, which is going to be under the tabs. But first, before we get there, I'd like to walk you through it, what we have done so far. So this is going to be a quick walkthrough. So everything starts from the app folder as you already might know, right? We have the root layout where we have wrapped our entire application with the Clerk provider so that we can use the Clerk in our entire application. And then here we have the auth pages. Under the root layout or under the auth layout, we are checking for the redirection. If user is signed in, we will take them to the home page, right? As you have seen a couple of minutes ago, once we have signed up successfully, we are in the home screen. So this is happening automatically thanks to this if check. And then we have two different screens and an additional screen that is going to update the UI with a state. So we'll get there. But first, let's take a look at the sign up page. So we have a couple of different states as well as some functions and a custom function that we have created. So here we are using the Clerk documentation where we can use the functions to create the account, send the verification email code, and update the UI depending on the pending verification state. If you are in the pending state, we would see this component that is going to look like this. And once we have passed the code successfully, it'll take us to the home page. Okay, so the UI part is really simple. There's nothing to explain. This is what I think. And then we have the sign-in page that'll basically do the same thing. So we have a simple sign-in function. It'll try to sign in. If it is done successfully, you will have your session ID so that you are redirected to the home screen. Okay, so I think everything makes sense so far. In the next section, we are going to get started with the tabs folder with the index file specifically. So hopefully I'll see you in the next section. In this section, we are going to get started with the tab navigator that we have. So we have 3 different screens, that is either the home screen, search, or the favorites. Now, how do we get these different tabs? So for this, we have the tabs folder itself. Okay, so here we will have the home screen, which is the index.jsx, and then we will have the search as well as the favorites. Let's try to create them. Here I'll say search.jsx. Let's put a simple snippet for now. Say search screen. And then let's do the same thing for the favorites. Let's say favorites screen. Okay, but how do we see them under the tabs? So I think I'm not running the app, by the way. Let me go into the mobile folder and I'll just say npx expo. Let's try to reload this. Okay, so I'm logged in, but I cannot see the tabs. Well, it's not going to work automatically. You have to configure it. So under the tabs folder, under the tabs layout, instead of returning a stack, we will actually return tabs. So let me kill the left-hand side. I will delete the stack, but I'll get the tabs, which is coming from Expo. So let's say open this up and close this off. Here we will have a couple of different tab items. So this is the root component, okay? This is the parent, and we will have tabs.screen. So this is gonna be the very first tab, and you will see how that works. So let's say the name is going to be index. And then, so just make sure that this is matching with the index file name, okay? And then we will say the options, which is going to be an object. We can add a title. So what do you think the title is going to be? Well, I think it'll be recipes. So this is how that works. Let's say title will be equal to recipes. And then we can update the header title. But I think we don't really need it. Okay, it's my bad. Let's not add it. I'll have the tab bar icon, which is going to be a function. So let's return something and get the color as well as the size. Here I'll go ahead and say return the ion icons. So we are going to import that, and then we can give it a name. I think this should be lowercase, by the way. So I'll say name. This icon is called restaurant. So I'll put that name. And then we can give the size, which is coming as a prop, as well as the color itself. Now let's import the ion icons, and I think it should be working out correctly. Okay, so we got the very first tab. Now, as you can tell, we don't really have the proper icons for the search and the favorites. It's because we need to, we haven't really have them at the moment. So you can duplicate this twice. Let's say this is going to be the search. This is the search file, and then the title is going to be search. So you can put anything, but I'll follow this example. And then the icon for this, let me double check the name. It's going to be search. Okay, so let's complete this. It says you have duplicate. Let's say the file is going to be favorites, and then title could be favorites. And I think this is going to be heart icon. Okay, so as you can tell, it is working correctly. Now, if you don't put the color and size, let's see what'll happen. First, size is going to be really small, and color is not going to be working correctly. Now this is active, but you cannot see the icon getting the active class. So this is something that you'd like to add. Once you add it, it'll be incremented by size and color will be updated. So initially this might look a little bit weird, but I think if you pause the video and take a look at it, it's actually easy to understand. We have a component, a parent component, which is the tabs, and then within this component you have the children. So this is the very first tab, you have the second one, and then the third one. And you can customize it however you wish, okay? So these are the options that I'll have. Now, in the parent component, you can actually add global styles. So what do I mean? So if you add something like, update the color, it'll update the color for all of them. Or if you add a border, it'll add that border to every single one of them. Okay, so let's actually try to see it. First, I'll say maybe something like screen options. That is going to be an object. And I don't really want to see the header. First, let me save. Also, it's worth mentioning that if you click to this tab, it'll update the UI. You're basically viewing this search file. If you click to this one, you would see that, so on and so forth. Okay, now let's try to add the content. I'll first get rid of the header. Okay, so I'll say header shown is equal to false. So I don't really see the header. The other thing that I can add is the tab bar active tint color. So if it is active, I don't really want to see this blue color, but instead, let's import the colors. Instead of typing this out, I think I'll just copy and paste. Okay, so if it is active, this will be the color. And then we can add the inactive color as well. So I'll say tab bar inactive tint color. It'll be text light. Okay, now this is active. The rest is inactive. Then we can update the tab bar style. So these are all coming from the documentation. Okay, so just keep that in mind. I don't really know them by heart. If you delete them and ask me to do tomorrow, probably I'll fail, which is completely fine. You don't need to memorize it as well. It is just something that you learn as you build. Okay, so now we have the tab bar style where we have added a border top, some height, so on and so forth. Then we can update the label style as well. Here we can see I just incremented the font size as well as the font weight. We can add the header style as well. Let's paste this in. I think this doesn't change anything, right? Because we get rid of the header. So if you don't get rid of the header, this is going to apply the styles, but since we don't really see the headers, this is not going to do anything. For that reason, I'll just delete that. Okay, and then finally, maybe we can, I think that's it. We don't really need anything else. If you wanted to, you can customize it, but this is what I'll have in this project. So I think with this is the entire tabs setup. We can get rid of the stack component. The only problem we have is that this is not really starting from the bottom. If you take a look at this example, it just starts right here, right? It is beautifully, it's beautifully placed. How can we fix that? So there is a solution that I'll show you. Here we can go under the root layout. Instead of having the save area provider or the save area view, I will create a component, which works really smoothly. So under the mobile, let's create a folder called components. We're going to put a couple of different components under this folder. The very first one is going to be save screen.jsx. So here, instead of save area view, let's delete that. So I will wrap my entire application with save screen. Okay, now let's try to create this component. I think it'll make sense in a second. Here I'll say RNFE, and then instead of returning a view with a text, we will return the view, but here we will have the children, which is our application. And this children is going to be coming as a prop. So let's say get the children, and now I will use a hook that is going to give me the insets. I'll say use save area insets. So it is coming from this package. And here I'll add some styles. It'll be really simple. Let's say style, heading, top. We'll say insets dot top. So this will basically do the same effect. Okay, so it'll calculate where is the save area starting. Okay, and it'll put the children within that. Then let's say flex is going to be 1, and then we can update the background color to be colors dot background. Let's save and save this one as well. First import the component from the components, let's say. Okay, now this is the fix that we have just done. So let me walk you through it once again. we get rid of the save area view, but it didn't break the overflow, right? Still, we are having this working beautifully because this is going to check, this is going to handle that case in says.top. And so this is the solution that we have to have this beautiful effect. Okay, so I'll get rid of the text, and here we can delete these imports that we don't really use. With that, that's gonna be it for this section where we set up our tabs that are working nicely. In the next section, we can get started with the home screen. So in this section, we're gonna build the home page that is going to look like this. First, let me try to log in with my account. So that was the email address that I have. Let me put a wrong password, like from 1 to 8. And let's say sign in. It should say password is incorrect, right? So try again or use another method. Here we would like to log in with the correct password. And I'll say sign in. Okay, again, looks like it is incorrect. Let me put the correct one. Okay, so we just logged in and we are in the home screen. So first we're gonna, let's say we're gonna configure the maildb API so that we can send requests. So there are a bunch of different options, or a bunch of different endpoints that I should say. You can search mail by name, you can search by ID, you can get the details, you know, lots of different things, and we'll be using actually a bunch of different of these. Okay, so first let's go under the mobile folder that we have the services, and we have the mail API.js file, which is completely empty. So for now, let's get started with it. I'll put the base URL. So this is going to be our base URL. Okay, and if we wanted to, let's say, search for a recipe, we would get the base URL. Let's do it on the browser. So we will say /search.php, and we can search for chicken, let's say, and we're gonna get a bunch of different items. Here we have 25 different items, which are basically recipes that are related to chicken. Okay, so every time we'll be using this base URL. That's why we are putting it right here. And then we are going to have a couple of different functions. So I'll export an object that is going to be mail API. Okay, so here we will have the very first function. Now it'll be super basic, so instead of typing this out, I'll actually copy and paste and then I'll walk you through it. So when we call this function, we are going to basically run the fetch method. Let me zoom out so that you can see it clearly. So we are going to send a fetch request to base URL /search and whatever the query is. Now you might be thinking what this does, which is encode URI component. You can take a look at the documentation from MDN, but I'll basically explain it in simple terms. So let's say you search for something like chicken and rice. So as you can tell, we have some empty spaces, and this will take the empty spaces and actually convert them to the characters, which is going to be % and 20. Okay, let's say this thing will be converted to this one. So instead of spaces, we will have something like this. And let's actually take a look at the documentation for this if you would like to get the complete details. Okay, so if you put, test and a question mark, this is going to actually get the question mark, let's say the output. Okay, so whatever that equal to, you will get that result. Let's scroll to the bottom if we have any examples for the spaces. So let's search for 20. Okay, so here we can see this is equal to for a space. So all you need to understand, here we are adding this for the optimization reasons, okay? And then if we got a response back, we will return it, else we will have an empty array. Then I will add another function. You can copy this entire file from the GitHub repo, but I'll just go one by one. So with this function, we're gonna pass the mail ID and it'll give us the details. Again, we're using the base URL and then the lookup endpoint. If we have any results, we will return that, else we will return null. Same for the catch block. And then we can get a random meal, which is going to be in this featured, let's say featured component. So I will have this function that says get random meal, and we're going to call the random endpoint. Then we can get the random meals. So let's see what that does. Basically, this function is going to call this one multiple times. Okay, so get random meals by default will give us 6 different random meals, and if you wanted to, you can increment that. Okay, so after this function we can add another one, which is going to be to get the categories. So again, we are copying and pasting because this is super simple fetch request that we are sending to a public API. I think this is pretty basic JavaScript. There is nothing to explain other than fetching data. And then I will say filter by ingredient. Okay, so this is another function that we're going to use, and I think once we use them it'll make more sense. Then one more function to fetch data depending on the category. So if you click to chicken, the UI will be updated. So let's see how we can create that function. Again, I'll copy and paste filter by category, and we're going to pass the category under the filter endpoint. And then very last function, which is going to transform the meal data. Here I'll paste this in, so it is the longest one, but basically we are going to take the meal, whatever that is, and we will convert it into this format. Because if you take a look at the result, it is kind of weird. It says, you know, string like str instructions, str ingredient, str measure, and instead of having this part, I'll say something like just measure. Okay, so we'll have description instead of str instructions. And same for the title, same for the image, so on and so forth. So this format basically will simplify everything that we do later in the video. That's the entire file for the meal API service. Now we can go under the home screen, which is under the tabs, the index.jsx file. Before we build the return statement, let's try to implement the logic, creating the use effects, the functions, the states, so on and so forth. And once we are done with it, we will get into the UI. Okay, let me try to zoom in and get my states as well as the router. So we'll import the use router from Expo and then the use state from React. So I just imported them. Now let's try to create a function where we can load the data. Here I'll say const load data. That'll be an async function. So this will actually fetch a couple of different things. Let's create a try and catch block. Oops, let's say try and catch. In the try, first I'll say set loading to be equal to true. And then we will get 3 different values. So here I'll say const something, right? An array. We will destructure 3 different values from await promise.all. I'll say promise.all so that all of them can run in parallel. Here I'll say meal API. We should import it, but it looks like we have to do it manually. So meal API from, let's see, we'll go under the, maybe just go one up, one more under the services, we can get the meal API. Okay, so here I'll say from the meal API, call the get categories. First, we're gonna fetch the categories, right? And then let's duplicate this twice. We can get a random meal. Let's say get random meal, or let's say meals. I would like to get 12 different meals, and then I'd like to get a random meal. So this will be used in the featured section, and then 12 different meals after that. So this is the random meal, and then 12 different random meals automatically. And let's get these values one by one. I'll say API categories. You can call this anything. And then I'll say let's say random meals, and then the featured meal. Again, you can call them anything like XYZ, but probably it should be something like this so that it makes sense. Okay, after this, we can transform the categories. So here I'll say API categories dot map. We will get the category as well as the index. Let's say index, and I would like to return an object. So I will add the ID, that will be index plus 1. We will get the name, that'll be category dot string category, and then we will get the image as well as the description. So here I'll say image cat dot str category thumb. So it is kind of annoying to work with this API because it's called really weird, but that's why we are actually trying to transform it. So here I'll say description is going to be the same thing, category.string category description. Okay, then we are going to call this as, let's say, const transformed categories. So now that we have the categories, we can update our state with it. Then we can transform the meals. Here I'll say const transformed meals that is equal to randomMeals.map. We will get every single meal and use the transform function. So I'll say get the meal and call meal API dot transform meal data, and we're gonna pass the meal into it. Then we can filter this out. Basically, we will get rid of any value that is equal to null. So I'll say meal, if it is not equal to null, only then get that. If it is null, just get rid of that. Okay, so we have the transformed meals, which is going to be set recipes, and paste this in. And finally, I'll do the same thing for the featured meal. So I'll paste this in, let's save, and that should be it. We will say meal API transform the meal data, which is the featured meal, and then set the state with it. Finally, in the catch, we can say, just put a console log for the debugging purposes. I'll say error loading the, let's say, loading the data, and put the error message. And in the finally block, I'll just say set loading to be equal to false. So that's it for the very first function that we have, that is called load data. Now, the other function that I'd like to have is to load the category data. Now, what do I mean by this? Basically, when you click to a category, the data will be changing, right? We will fetch a different data based off of the category. So for this, we are going to create a function that is called, let's say, load category data. And let me actually copy and paste. I promise I'll walk you through it. So we're going to get the category as an argument. So if you click to this one, it'll be chicken. If you click to this one, it'll be desert, lamb, beef, so on and so forth. So you will get the category as an argument, and you will call this method with the category. That'll give you some recipes. And we would like to transform this once again so that we can have easier time while working with this data. And then we will set the state with it. If we have any errors, we will say it is equal to an empty array. Then we can create a function, let's say const handle category select, that will look like this. And what this does, basically behind the scenes, it'll call this function, but just before we call that, we are going to update the state. So if you click to this one, the background should change, and then it'll call the fetch method. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. If not, I would say don't worry. Once we see the UI, it'll make sense, I promise. So one more function, or I think it's going to be the use effect, but again, it is a function, so we can type this out. Here I'll say, once we start the application, just go ahead, run the load data. So just call this function and save it. Now, I know we have done a lot of different things and we cannot really see anything, but it'll be clear in a second. Let's go over these states. We have the selected category, the recipes state, categories itself, and the featured recipe, a loading state, as well as a refreshing state. So basically, if we drag and drop this, so from top to bottom, we would like to refresh the UI. Okay, so it's going to send another GET request, but this will be in a couple of minutes. First, let's try to build the UI where we can have this kind of like the welcome section with the icons, the featured meal, so on and so forth. Okay, so let's scroll to the bottom where we have the return statement. I will say this will get the view with a style from styles dot, I think it should be home styles. And for some reason, my auto suggestion doesn't work. Let me import it manually. So I will scroll to the top. I'll say import the home styles from this file, and then we will put the container class. Okay, the background has changed, and then I will put a scroll view component so that we can scroll through the entire screen. Say scroll view and import it from React Native. So I would like to say show vertical scroll indicator is going to be equal to false. And then we will also add the refresh control, but for now let's leave it as an empty function. Okay, we're gonna get into it. So this will be a to-do. And then we can put the content container style. That will be home styles dot scroll content. And you can take a look at the styles. As always, we just have a padding bottom that is equal to 32. Then let's get started with the welcome section. So it'll be those icons. I'll have a view with this class, and then we will get 3 different images. Let's get the very first one from Expo image. Let's import it. So I just imported. Let's scroll to the bottom and maybe save it. So that's the first thing that we got. Now the other thing will be, let's duplicate that. Lamp, let's say chicken. And then one more, that'll be equal to pork. Okay, so it's the exact same UI that we have in this example. The next thing is going to be this featured card. So right after this view, which is this one, okay, I'll put a comment. Let's say welcome icons. Or just icons. I don't know why I call it as a welcome section, but that's fine. Let's say animal icons. After this view, I will put the featured section, and this is going to be a comment. Here I'll say if we have the featured recipe, in this case, go ahead and return something. That is going to be a view. Let me say view correctly, and then I'll put a class. So it'll be the featured section. Let's save to get this formatting. And then within this view, I would like to put a touchable opacity. So basically this entire thing, so this entire box is going to be a button. If you click to it, it'll take you to that specific page. Here, let's say touchable opacity. Import that from React Native. And then we're going to put the style, on press, as well as the active opacity. So once you click to it, it'll take you to this screen, which is a page that we will create a little bit later in the video. Then we can have one more view. Let's import this or create this. Then we are going to add the style that'll be equal to featured image container. And this view is going to take this style. Then we can put an image. So here, basically, we will say source is equal to whatever the image is. Then some styles and transition of 500. So as you can tell, it'll transition nicely. So the image itself is not enough. I would like to put an overlay and then put this data. So here I'll go ahead right below to the image, but still within this view. Okay, so I'll say create a featured overlay. And then within this view, we can put the featured text. So this is like featured badge that we have at the very top. And then we can put the featured content. So below to this view, So it's really annoying to type this entire thing. That's why I will open up and turn this off. So this is what we have just done. Within this view, I'll put a text. That is going to get the title, and we'll say the number of lines will be equal to 2 at maximum. Then we can have the featured metadata, which will be things like number of servings, the cooking time, and the area. So after this text component, let me zoom out and paste this in. So basically we have the metadata, we have an icon with the cook time, the servings, and then the area. Let's import the colors and then get the ion icons from Expo icons. Let me just scroll to the top and get this from vector icons. Okay, so let's save. Everything is working as expected. Maybe at this point you can pause the video, type this out, and just go over it. There is nothing complex other than some views, texts, and buttons. So if you click to it, it'll take you to this route, which is something that we don't have, but that's completely fine. We're going to build it in the incoming sections. So that's the featured section. Now we can build the category filters. And I think we can build this in the next section. So now we would like to build the categories. For this, we will create a component, and this is where we left, by the way. Let's shrink the featured recipe. Still within the scroll view, I will create a, let's say, a conditional rendering. I'll say if categories.length is greater than 0, which means if we have something, just go ahead and return this component. That'll be equal to category filter, and just call this right here. Then I would like to pass some stuff into it, such as the categories state. And then I would like to pass the selected category. And then finally, when we select it, what is going to happen? Let's say on select category. Let's say we are going to call the handle category select function that we created. Now let's try to create this component. If you save, it's going to fail, but that's fine. Let's go under the components, copy this name and say .jsx. Oops, let's say category filter.jsx. Now this component is going to be around 30 lines of code, and it doesn't contain any logic at all. If you wanted to, you can type this out, but I have prepared the GitHub gist. You can find the link in the description. Just go ahead, find this file, copy the content and paste this in. I promise I'll walk you through it. So just paste this in, save, and try to import it. Okay, so it is working correctly. We have a scroll view, but now it is in the horizontal direction. So we have the scroll view horizontally working, and we say don't show a scroll indicator. If it was true, I think we would see an indicator, as you can tell, but I think this looks unnecessary, so that's why we're going to say false. And then we have some styling, such as gap and, padding horizontal. Let's say if this was equal to 2, what would happen? Okay, so you can always pause the video and basically test every single style that we have, if you really wanted to, of course. Then we are going over every single category, and then we check if it is selected or not. If it is selected, the background will be updated, as well as the text color. And if you click to it, it's going to call on select category. So I think this is pretty basic, 40 lines of code, but no logic at all. Okay, then we can get into it, into the index.jsx, and just move forward. Right after this part, I would like to have the recipe grid. Basically, we will have these cards, 12 times, or how much recipe that we have in the array. So let's get into it. Right after the conditional rendering, I'll say just create a view component. And then for the styling, I will say get the recipes section class. Then I would like to put the selected category text. So currently it is beef, but it can be updated. So here this will be a text within a view. Okay, now it is lamp. this beef, chicken, so on and so forth. After this one, we would like to put a component. So it is going to be called as flat list. Let's type this out and then I'll explain what that is. Okay, so here let me actually copy and paste it. I promise I'll walk you through it. So after this view, just paste this in. We will say if recipes.length is greater than 0, that means we have some recipes. Let's go ahead and import the flat list from React Native. And in this case, we would like to render something. So that was an example I think we have seen right here at the beginning of this video. So under the lists, this is what we have seen. But let's try to understand how does that work. I'll put them side by side. For now, we don't really have the recipe card. I think here I can just say return a text. Let's say recipe goes here. Okay, let's save. Hopefully we got some UI. But now how does that work? We have the array, which is called recipes. So this is the data that we will go over. And for every single recipe, this render item function is going to run. And by default, you would get the item, so you can destructure it. And this has to be called as item. So you cannot say something like recipe. So this is what React Native gives you, okay? So you have item, index, and separators. Just get the item, and you can say something like, I think item.id. Do we have it? Okay, so we have the ID. Do we have name? Or was it title? Okay, so we have the title for every single recipe. And then we have the key extractor, which is like the key in React itself, in React Web. This is to make the performance working correctly, or just make it more performant, I would say. Number of columns, so we have 2 different columns, and we say column wrapper style, it'll be the row class, and then recipes grid for this styling. And then we say don't enable the scrolling. Now, why do we need flat list instead of doing something like this? You can definitely use the map method and map over it, but this is a lot more performant when it comes to a huge list of items, and especially if they are looking the same. In our example, let's take a look at it. So in our example, they're actually looking the identical, right? We have a list of the same elements, so we can use flat list for the performance reasons. And if we don't have anything, we will see a UI like no recipes found. So I hope that makes sense. This is the reason that we are using flat list. I'll go ahead, instead of returning a text, I'll just say return the recipe card component, and then we will pass the item as the recipe. Okay, now it is time to create the recipe card component. So again, this will be a component that is not going to contain any logic. Basically, we can copy and paste it. Okay, so find the GitHub gist in the description, copy the entire recipe card file. This is what I'll be doing. Let's paste this in and save it. Now let's import it. Hopefully the UI should be working correctly. Okay, so we got a bunch of different items that is equal to the recipe card. We have the image, title, the description, cooking time, and number of servings. And if you click to one of them, it'll take you to the specific page. We don't really have it, but again, we're gonna build it in the incoming sections. Now, what I would suggest you to do, just go into the recipe card, pause the video, and take a look at the output as well as the code itself, just to understand it completely. We have a button. The entire thing is a touchable opacity. Then if you click to it, you'll be redirected to this page. We have the image, the title, description, so on and so forth. And we are getting this output based off of this component. And one thing I have just realized, that this right-hand side is kind of being cut off. So it's not the same thing as this one, right? This part is being cut off. So this is a bug that we're gonna fix in a couple of minutes. And let's actually do it now. So I have paused the video and find the solution. Basically, open up the home styles and find the recipes section. This should be equal to 16. Okay, so just go ahead, fix that. Now this has been updated and it is looking correctly, right? Okay, so we have, I think, 12 different recipes by default. And if you click to a different category, it'll be updated. Now, one thing that I've realized, if we refresh our page, so the first one is not really selected. So by default, maybe we can select the beef. And what is this error? So I don't know where this is coming from, but we can fix it in a couple of minutes. So here it says selected category is equal to null. Maybe we could say it can be equal to beef automatically, right? I'll just say beef. Maybe B is uppercased. Okay, so automatically this has been selected, but the UI has not been selected, right? It gets, chicken, bunch of different things. I would like to get the beef specifically. So how can we make that work? So once again, I just paused the video to find a better solution. Right after the set categories, I would like to say if there is no selected category, which is going to be the case by default. So I'll just scroll to the top and let's say by default, this will be equal to null. If this is the case, I would like to say set selected category and just get the very first result, which is the beef. Okay, so I'll say transformed categories, get the first one, and then get the name. Now let's say if you refresh the page, okay, so let's say reload, by default you would get the beef. Again, I don't know where this is coming from, and I think if we read the error, it says it is coming from the refresh control. That's true. Let's try to implement that because currently this doesn't really do anything. Here, if we try to refresh this, right, if we try to scroll, it should refresh the UI, get the latest data. So for this, we are going to create a function that is called onRefresh. Okay, so here in the refresh control, first I will return a component. Let's say get a refresh control coming from React Native, and this will get a couple of different props. Let's say if it is refreshing or not, which is our state, that'll be either true or false, and on refresh method, let's say call the onRefresh function, which is something that we will create. And finally, let's update the color. That is going to be colors.primary. So if you don't understand what this does, that's completely fine. You will see it in a second. Here I'll create this function on refresh. That's going to be an async function. As you can imagine, all we have to do, just call the load data method. And since we are refreshing, we can update our state. Let's say initially set refreshing is going to be equal to true. And once we fetch the data, it's going to be equal to false. Okay, let's save and give it a go. If I try to refresh, as you can tell, the UI will be updated every single time. Basically, we are updating the featured as well as the entire meals. So I'd like to walk you through it once again pretty quickly. You can put the refresh control on the scroll view component, and here we just said import the refresh control, which is coming from React Native, and then you can add the loading state. Depending on that, you would see this, okay? And then the method, what is going to happen when you refresh, which is this one. We would like to load the data, and then you can update the color, right? Without this, let's see what would happen. It would be in the gray default color, but this is what we'd like to have, which is the purple color. Now currently this is happening super fast. I'd like to add a little bit of delay so that I can show you what would happen if you have some delays. I'll create a function, let's say const sleep. This will be an arrow function, and we can get the milliseconds. Let's say return a new promise. Let's say resolve. We can just call the resolve, but with a timeout. So So here I think I can say set timeout. This is a quick JavaScript trick that we can do. Let's say call the resolve method, and I believe we could add a timeout, which is the ms. Okay, let's say call the resolve. Let's try to call this sleep method. So before we fetch the data, I'll say await sleep, and we can add like 2 seconds of delay. So we have 2 seconds of delay on purpose, and this is what would happen if you have a slow internet connection. But of course you don't really want to add it in real world. You would like to have this fetch the data as quickly as possible. Okay, so I'll just delete that. And I can leave this in the source code if you really wanted to have it. And I believe we can even shorten this by just saying resolve. And just before we end this section, we can scroll to the bottom. I'd like to talk about one more thing, which is in the flat list, you can add list empty component. So let's just add it. I'll say list empty component. So instead of putting it like this, okay, instead of a conditional rendering, you can cut this, paste this in, and you can get rid of this part. Okay, so you just put the flat list, and if it is empty, if recipes is an empty array, let's say if it is an empty array, you would render this part, which says no recipes found, try a different category. So this is another option that you can keep in mind. You can use both of them, but I think I'll just go with the previous one. And I can add this as a comment, list empty component. Okay, so we can save this component, and that's the entire home screen. We can get started with the search page in the next section. So I'll see you there. Now it is time to build the search screen. This is the end result that we're going to have. At the very top, we will have a text input element, which is the search bar. And when we type into it, the UI will be updated with our query. And when you first visit this screen, by default, you will fetch some data, which is going to be the initial data. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and get started with it. This is where we left. I'll go under the app, tabs, the search file. So before we jump into it, I'd like to create a folder for custom hooks. So I'll just say, go ahead under the mobile, create the hooks folder, and then the hook that we will have will be use debounce.js. If you don't know what that is, just be patient. We are going to see it in action. First, let's build it. It'll be around 10 lines of code. So first, we would like to import useState and useEffect from React. And then I'll say export a function, which is going to be called as useDebounce. This is going to be our custom hook. And this will take 2 different values. The very first one will be the value. So let's say this is the query, okay? So you can call this anything. I'll just say value. And then this will take a delay. That'll be in milliseconds. So first we will have a state that I can copy and paste. So basically we have debounced value, set debounced value, and initially it'll be the query that has been passed. Okay, so just a super simple use state. Then we will have a use effect. Let's initialize it. So this is going to run whenever the value changes. And let's even put the delay as well. Okay, so let's get into the function. Just before we build it, from this hook, we are going to return the debounced value. So this is actually a super common concept. I think you already know this, but if you don't know, we're going to see it in action once we use it. Basically, it'll be an optimization for the search bar. So when we type in, instead of for every single key press, like instead of sending a request for every single key press, we will just send after a delay. So if it doesn't make sense, completely fine. We'll see it in action. So I'll have a handler function. Let's say this is going to take some delays, so we can use set timeout. And here, this will take the callback function. where we would like to say set debounced value with the value that we have, and then we can pass the delay. So we can also add the, let's say, cleanup function. I'll go right here, I'll say return for the optimization reasons. Let's say clear interval or clear timeout actually, because we are using the timeout method. And then here we will pass the handler into it. Okay, so super simple custom hook that you can find it online or AI can generate it super easily. And we will be using it in a couple of seconds under the search file. First, I'd like to get a couple of states just before we get into the UI. So let me copy and paste and I'll walk you through it. So we have the search query, which is going to be a use state, and then we will have recipes, loading state, and then the initial loading state. So initial loading state will be when you visit the file, when you visit this page, you will have a loading state. And then this loading state itself is when you type something in. So when you type something in, the UI will have a loading state. So that's why we need two different states. And then we can create a function. So let's say const perform search. Let's say this will be an async function and it'll take the query. So we'll get into the logic, but first let's create a use effect here in this file, import use effect and initialize it. So before we get into the use effect, I'd like to implement this function. So I'll check if there is not a query, we would like to just send a random request. Okay, so just get some random meals if user didn't type anything. So let's say if there is no query dot trim. So if it is even an empty space, we're going to take it as an empty query. And I'll say const just get some random meals. So I have just called the random meals method from the meal API. Let me import it right here. And I think this is the correct path that we have. And then we will just say return, let's say random meals, and we will just map through it. Let's say map, get every single meal, and we can run the transform meal data method. So I'll say meal API dot transform meal data, and we're gonna pass the meal into it. Just before we return anything else, I'd like to get rid of the empty values, just in case if there are any. So I'll say filter out the null values. Let's say meal if it is not equal to null. Okay, so that's kind of it for the, let me just add a comment for the case where we have no search query. And then after this if check, we can just search by name first, and then we can search by the ingredient if there are no results. So let me just add a comment. I'll say search by name first, and then by ingredient if no results. And then we can say const name results. Let's say await meal API, call the search meals by name method, and we're gonna pass the query. So that could be anything that user type in, things like chicken, beef, dessert, anything. And then we'll say let results, that is going to be equal to name results. So again, if this is equal to nothing, right? Let's say results.length. If we don't have any values, if this is the case, we'll go ahead and call the filter by ingredient. Let's say const ingredient results. I'll say meal API, call this, and filter by ingredient. And then pass the query. Whatever we get as the result, we can say results will be equal to ingredient results. And then we can finally return the results. Now there could be 50,000 results, right? I'd like to get the first 12. This is my personal choice. You can do anything that you wish. So I'll just say slice from the very first one up until to the 12. And then I'll say map every single one of them. Let's say get the meal and meal API transform meal data. And as always, I'd like to just filter out the empty values. So I'll say if meal is not equal to null, just return me that one. So that's the entire function for the perform search. But now we created this function, but we are never calling it. So we would like to call this in the initial load, and then whenever user types something in, we would like to call this again and again, right? So first let's handle the initial load. Here I'll say const load initial data. Let me type this in correctly. Load initial data. That can be an async function. And basically we will have the try and catch block. Let me say try catch, and at the very bottom we can add the finally block on top of it. And then in the try we can say get the results. That is going to be that's going to be calling the perform search method. Let's say perform search. Now since this is the initial load, we don't really need to pass any query. I'll just leave an empty string. And then we can say set recipes to the results. And then in the catch we can just add a console log for now. You can handle this in a different way. I'll keep it simple and have this. And in the finally case, I'll say set initial loading to be equal to false, because initially it was equal to true by default. So we created this function. It is time to call it. Let's say within this use effect, just call this method. Super simple, nothing complicated. Okay, so that was for the initial loading. But now what happens if you type something in? So this is where the use debounce hook comes into play. First, I'll just scroll to the top and create a debounced value. So let's say here, call our hook, which was use debounce. And I think we need to import it manually from the, let's go one up, one more under the hooks from this file. So we would like to pass our query, which is the search query state, and then a delay. So in this case, I'll go with the 300 milliseconds, which is one of the best options, or let's say the most common option. And then we can say you will give us a result back, which is going to be the debounced search query. Now we'll be using it, I promise. So let's scroll to the bottom. I will create one more use effect. So let's say use effect initializes, and we are going to run this whenever this value changes. Okay, so whenever user types something in, we will check the delay. If it has been passed, we're gonna call this use effect again, and then we can also add the initial loading state, because we'll say if it is the initial loading, we don't really want to call this use effect. So I'll say if this is the case, just return, don't do anything. But else we can have our method. Let's say handle search. Let's say async. Again, if this doesn't make too much sense, just follow along with me. It'll make sense once you have seen the entire code. So let's say we'll have a function that will set the loading state to be true. So this loading state is for the search state. And then we can have a try and catch block with a finally. Finally, the loading state will be false. And then in the try, we can, just call the method that we have. So say const, give us some results from the perform search, and the query is going to be debounced search query. And then we can say set recipes with the results. In the catch, we can handle this easily by adding a console log and let's say set recipes to be an empty array. So that's the entire function. We can save, and at the very bottom of this use effect, we're gonna call this function. Let's say handle search. Now let's get into the return statement. Here I'd like to handle the loading case. So I'll say if initial loading is equal to true, we can say just return a text. Let's keep it simple for now. We are going to fix it later in the video. I'll just say loading search, or let's say, I don't know, loading some data. Now we can get into the styling. First I'll say this will take the search styles. Let me import this manually. So this view will take the container class. Let me scroll to the top and import it from this file. And then we can get started with the rest of it. The first thing we would like to add is this search bar, okay? So let's try to create it. We don't really need a text. we would like to have a view that will take another view. Let's duplicate this and close this off. So this view will take a class, let's say style. Now I always call this as class, but it's basically a style. I'm just used to it. So we'll say style search styles dot search section. And then the other view will take the style of container. I'll say search styles dot search container. Within this view, we can create an icon that will be the search icon. Let me copy and paste 4 lines of code. We'll get the colors from the constants and import the ion icons. Let me find that import and put it right here. Okay, so we have the icon. Now it is time to put the text input. That'll take a placeholder that will say search recipes or ingredients. And we're gonna put the related state. So this is what we have so far, and we can add one more thing that will be a touchable opacity. So I'd like to go right below to the text input, and I will say if there is any value that user typed in, we would like to see this touchable opacity. Let me import that. So when you type something in, you will have this button that you can click that will reset the state. So super simple, nothing complex. And right after this view, which is this one, the search container, let's say shrink this. And then after this one, after the search section, we can put the results. So I'll put a view. For the style, we'll say search styles.result section. And then within this view, I'd like to create one more, and we can copy and paste. I know that it's a little bit annoying, but this just saves us a lot of time. Okay, so we have the results header with a text that says results for, and if this is not the case, like if we don't have any query, we will see the popular recipes text. And next to it, we'll see, recipes.length.found. Okay, now I'll go right after this view and create a conditional rendering. So I'll say if you are in the loading state, return this, but else return this part. If you are in the loading state, we can put a view, let's say, and it should be properly closed and opened. For the style, I will say search styles the loading container, and then we will create a component a little bit later in the video. For now, let's just put a text that says loading ... Okay, so here this is the actual part, which will be the flat list. Let's import it, and we can self-close this because all we have to do is just adding some props. I'll say go ahead for the data, put the recipes. This is the one that we would like to put it under a flat list. And then for the render item method, we can basically get the item and then return a recipe card component. So say recipe card, and this will take the recipe as the prop. So we can pass the item in. Let's import the recipe card from the components. And this is the correct path that you can type in. And then for the other props, we can put the number of columns as well as the key extractor, and then some styling just to make it look nice. I'll get the content container style as well. Let's say don't show the vertical indicator, and then if the list is empty, we can return a component that is called no results found. That'll be a super simple UI. Okay, so you can type this out. It basically says no recipe found. Okay, let's save and take a look at the output. Okay, it is working correctly. I think we are missing a style. We can get into it in a second, but let's test this out. So I'll say something like sushi, and we can get the results. And whenever you type something in, you can see a loading state until it loads. Now let's try to see which class that we are missing. So I just realized, I think this entire part, let me get this entire thing, cut this, it should be under the results section. So just put it inside this view save, and it should be fixed. Now, the other thing I'd like to talk about is the debouncing. Now, what does that mean? So I think you can just pause the video and search for it. I think you can understand it in a better way. Let's just say, what is debounce in JavaScript? So you can read it, but basically it is this behavior when you type something in super fast, it doesn't really send a query until you complete it. So what I mean, normally if I say C, so I'll try to write chicken, okay? So for every single key press, it sends a request. But if I type this in pretty quickly, it will only send the request once I'm done with typing. Okay, so just notice how it is not going to send a request until I type this in completely. So did you see? I just typed in super fast that there was not a delay less than 300 milliseconds. Once again, let's see it. If I type really slowly, for every single key press, it'll send a request. Right? Here we can see. But if I type this in pretty fast, just notice how what'll happen. It'll only send the request at the very end. I'm starting. So did you see it did not send the request until the end because there wasn't any delay less than 300 milliseconds. So this is really good for performance reasons because you only send one request for a result. Otherwise you would send, I think, 7 different requests just to get the same output. Okay, I hope that makes sense. And that'll be for the entire search page. When you click to the items, it'll take you to the recipe page, which is something that we'll build a little bit later in the video. And in the next section, we can get started with the favorites screen. So I'll see you there. We are going to get started with the favorites screen, and it's actually easier than you think. So all we have to do, just fetch the data and display it. And then on the right hand side, we will put the, let's say, logout functionality. So that's it. Let's try to build it. I have this file open, which is coming from the tabs, and that is the favorites.jsx file. So I'll get a couple of different imports and I'll walk you through it. So first, for the sign up functionality, we will import it from clerk. And this use clerk is going to be coming from the package that we have. And then we will get the use user hook. And we'll access the user field. And then we can get a state to keep track of the favorite recipes. And initially it's going to be an empty array. And then we can get the loading state that'll be equal to true. So say import the use effect. And within this use effect, we are going to call our function that is going to be called as load favorites. Let's say this will be an async function. It doesn't need any arguments. And then at the very end, we'll just say call this method. So this will take a try and catch block. In the try, we can say const response because we will send a fetch request to our endpoint. So let's say it's going to be the API URL. And this API URL is going to be our backend, right? This is not going to be the meal API, but it'll be our custom API. And let's try to first run it. I'll say open up the backend folder. Let's say cd into the backend and just say npm run dev. Okay, so let's try to put the API URL under a folder called constants. And I'll just say api.js. So here, let's say export const API URL. And for the value, it can be HTTP, let's type this in, localhost, and this is my port, and then /API. Now, if you are using a simulator, just like I do, just go ahead, put this as localhost. But if you're using your physical device, this is not going to work. So for that reason, you will be using your API. So you can visit the render.com and get the URL. So under the dashboard, that was the project that we have deployed. So you can copy this part and replace this with it. Okay, so we can test out both of them, but first I'll be using the localhost. So this is something that you should keep in mind if you're using your simulator the local host is going to work, but if you're using your physical device, this is not going to work. Okay, so let's save, and we are going to get the API URL from this file. Let's say import this, and /favorites it's going to be, and then one more slash, let's say user.id. That was our endpoint, and then we can check if we have any errors or not. I'll say if response is not okay, just throw an error, but else we can get the favorites, and then we can say something like set favorite recipes with this result. Now, just before we do it, I'd like to actually transform the data. This is needed that we have to do. Okay, so I'll say const, and I'll explain what this does. Let's say transformed favorites, and then this will be equal to favorites.map. We can get every single favorite, which is the recipe basically, and we will return an object. So we will just spread everything that this recipe has, and then we will only update the ID field. So we have the favorite.recipe ID, but we are going to map this to be an ID so that the recipe card component is working correctly. I'll put a comment. I'll say transform the data to match the recipe card component. Let's say components expected format. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. We are doing this so that the recipe card component is working correctly, and we can pass this as the state. And then in the catch block, we can just put an alert if we have any errors. And then finally, we can set the loading state to be false. Okay, so I'll just paste this in, and I would like to run this function whenever the user ID changes. So I'll say user.id. And let's even put a console log. Okay, so that's the entire use effect. Now we can build the UI, and it should work magically, right? So here I'll say if we are in the loading state, for now just return a text that says loading favorites. Later in the video, we will actually make these work a little bit better than this. And then also I'll create one more function. Let's say const handle sign out. For now, I'll just leave it as an async function. And this should be equal to equal sign. Okay, for now, let's leave it as it is, build the UI, and then we can implement that. So I would like to import some styles. Let's say import, which is the favorites style. It'll be coming from, let's go one up, one more under the assets, styles, and get the favorites styles. And then within this view, I'll say style is going to be equal to favorite styles container, and then instead of a text, we can put a scroll view component. Let's say scroll view from React Native, and this will take show vertical scroll indicator to be equal to false. And then within this, we can put the header component, which is going to get an icon. It is this part, so it'll take the text as well as the logout icon. I'd like to copy and paste instead of typing this out. We have a text component and then a touchable opacity. When we click to it, it'll call the handle sign out method. And then let's import the ion icons as well as the colors. I'd like to get the import from Expo vector icons. So let's say this is the output, but I think this is not working correctly for some reason. Is this the correct path? Favorites, styles. Okay, so what is the problem? So I think we should wrap this with a view. So create this view and cut this from here, paste this in, and then this will take this style. Let's say favorite styles dot header styling. Okay, now it is working correctly. Now we can put a flat list. So right after this view, I'll say create one more view, and this will take the style to be favorites styles.recipes section. So within this, I'll say a flat list, import this from React Native, and then we can put the data. So this is what we would like to map over, which is going to be the favorite recipes state. And then we can say for the render item, you can basically get the item and then return the recipe card component. So it is really annoying. I don't know why the auto suggestion doesn't work, but we have to type this out. I'll go import the recipe card from the components. Let me type this in. So here I have it. Let's put the prop, which is the recipe, that'll be equal to item. And then we can put a couple of different props, such as the key extractor, the number of columns, and then 3 different things, which are going to be these styles. And then I think we can save. Now we cannot really see anything. You might be asking why this is the case, because we don't really have anything in the database for this specific user. If you take a look at the database, probably you're going to see some results, but the user ID is not correct. So let's see, under the tables, we have some favorites, but the user ID is just for testing purposes. So this user doesn't really fetch that. And let's handle the case if the list is empty. I'll say list empty component. For this, I'll say no favorites found, which is a component that we will create. So go ahead, find the GitHub gist. I have prepared this component. It's around 20 lines of code. We will copy this and paste this into the file. Let's say under the components, create this, and then copy the content, paste this in, and then import it from this file. Okay, so if you don't have anything, this is the UI that you will see. And if you click to it, this would take you to the recipes page. So if this user had some favorites, we should be able to see it, but currently we don't have. So that's the UI that we are going to have. If you had something like this would be the output. You would basically get the recipe card. And then in the incoming sections, in the recipe details screen, you should be able to add them to the favorites, add it to your database. So that's it for the favorites page. Now, just before we end this section, I'd like to handle this loading state. So instead of just putting a text, I think we can create a better component. So here I'll say, instead of a text, just return the loading spinner component. And we can create this under the components. Let's say .jsx. Now the content will be super simple. That's why I have created one more component. So let's copy it and paste it from the GitHub gist, and I'll walk you through it. It doesn't contain any logic. It has some styles like flex, align items, padding, some gap, and colors. And then here we are using an activity indicator component, which is coming from React Native. And it is this loading spinner that you would have. And then we have 2 different props, which is the message as well as the size. And if user doesn't pass anything, by default, this will say loading and size would be large. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Super simple, nothing complicated. Let's save this component. Under the favorites, we can handle the loading state. So here I'll say, when we return, we would like to say the message is going to be something like loading your favorites. You can put anything. This is the name that I'll be going with. Okay, so let's try to reload our page under the mobile. And then if I visit the favorites, for a split second, we had that UI, which looked like this one. You can change the background as well, but I'll leave it as it is. And then I think we are missing the handle sign out function. So if you click to it, nothing happens at the moment. What we can do is ask for a confirmation. So I'll say alert, and then here we'll have basically a bunch of different options. But first we would like to add a title, which will be logout, and then the message. Let's say, are you sure that you want to log out? And then we can put our options, which is going to be an array, and each option will be a button. So let's say here is our very first option. The text, let's say it'll be cancel. And then the style. So we have a bunch of different styles, I think only 3. We can use the cancel, which is coming from React Native. And then let's duplicate this. The text is going to be logout. And by the way, you don't really have to wrap them with quotes. It's fine if you do, but if you don't, that's also fine. And then style is going to be destructive. And then, when you click to it, what'll happen? Let's say on press, just go ahead, call the sign out method that we are getting from clerk. And this doesn't have to be async. Why did I put it inside of the brackets? I don't know, but that's fine. Let's fix it and test this out. If I click to it, I will get this alert. Let's say cancel, nothing would happen. And as you can tell, this is the title, this is the message, and then the cancel text as well as the style, and then logout text, destructive, and if you click to it, you would be logged out, and now you're in the sign in page. Okay, so this is working correctly. Let's handle the other loading spinners. I think it was in the search page. First, I'll copy this, go into the search.jsx, and you can open up this search, how do we call them? Like the search container with Command P or Control P if you're on Windows. Okay, so here instead of a text, I'll paste this in, import the loading spinner, and you can say loading. You can just leave it as loading, but I don't know. What should we say? Let's say loading recipes. Okay, it should work correctly as well. And there is one more case that we need to handle, which is under the loading conditional rendering. So instead of a text, I'll say put a loading spinner. Message could be this one, and for the size, I'll go with the small one. Okay, let's say it should be working out correctly. Let's actually test this out pretty quickly. So I just put my credentials, let's sign in, and under the search page, for now I'll just say true so that we can test this out. It is working correctly. It is this one, and let's say Control Z. Then let's say it's true. Okay, looks like everything is working correctly. And what would happen if we said color should be, I don't know, let's say from the colors get the background. Okay, it did not work. Why this is the case? Let's say if color be something like black. Okay, it doesn't work. Why this is the case? We have, maybe it should be content. That's it. Let's put it. Okay, not color, but background color, I should say. Is this the case? Let's say background color should be black, but it should be under the container. But it should be colors.background. Okay. So just because I put the wrong key, it did not work. But let's say colors.background. I think this looks cleaner. I'll leave it as it is. And then let's bring this back. Okay. So I think that's the entire component and the fixes that we have done. In the next section, we can get started with the recipe specific page, the recipe detail page. So I'll see you there. And now finally, it is time to get started with the recipe detail page. So when you click to a recipe, let's say you click to this one, it'll take you to the recipe detail page. And here is the output that we would like to build. So we're going to have a back button as well as a save button, then some information and more information. So 30 minutes, which is the cook time, and then number of servings. And then we're going to fetch a YouTube tutorial. And then if you scroll to the bottom, you will see the ingredients. So since this cannot be in one single screen, I just separated them. Okay, so if you scroll to the bottom, you will see the ingredients. And again, if you scroll, you will see the instructions. And at the very end, you will see a button that says add this to the favorite. So either we can add it from this button or from this one. Okay, so let's try to build it. And one thing I want you to notice is that in this recipe detail page, we don't really have the tabs at the bottom. Okay, so that means this file, this page is going to be outside of the tabs folder. Okay, so we're not going to put it right here, but instead we will put it under the app, under the recipe folder. And then this page could be dynamic, right? We don't really know which recipe we're going to have. It can be anything. So what I mean, If you click to this one, UI will be different. If you click to this one, UI will be different, right? And for that reason, we need to create a dynamic route. And here is how that works. Just like in Next.js, you would put the curly brackets and then an identifier. You can put anything. I'll go with ID, and then I'll say .jsx. Okay, let's say rnfe, get the snippet. I think I can just select everything and say recipe detail page, or I think it should be screen because this is a screen rather than a page. And we can get started with it. Just before we build the UI, I'd like to build the logic, and once we are done with the logic, we'll get into the styling. So the first thing I would like to fetch is the recipe ID. So if you click to this one, you are redirected to this page, and here is the ID, okay? So let's grab it from the URL. I'll say const destructure something from something, and that something is a hook called use local search params. Let's say search params, and this is going to be coming from Expo. Let's import it. Let's say from Expo router, and then you can get the ID. Now you have to call this as ID because this is the file name that you have called. If you put hello here, it should be hello as well. And just to make this a little bit more readable, I'll say rename this to be recipe ID. You don't have to do it. This is just my preference. And then I'd like to have a couple of different states. So the first one is to store the recipe. Initially it'll be null, but once we visit the page, we are going to, let's say, we're going to fetch that. And then let's put a loading state, and then we would like to check if it is already saved or not, right? So I'll put a state, and then a loading state for this as well. And initially they'll be false. Now I'd like to get the user from clerk as well as the user ID. So I'll just import the use user hook from, let's say, clerk expo. Okay, and then I just get the user ID as a variable. Now I will create a use effect where I can check if, if the recipe is already saved. Let's say use effect, import it, and initialize a basic use effect. So I will have a function, let's say const check if saved, and this could be an async function. And to check if a recipe has been saved, all we have to do is to send a request to our endpoint. So it'll be API URL / favorites and then the user ID. So let me import the API URL from the constants. Alright, so I just imported that. Let's save this file, and then I would like to have one more function, which is going to actually load the recipe detail. So let's say const recipe, or let's say load recipe detail. So create the function and get into it. We will have the try, catch, and then the finally block. So in the try, and actually even for the try, we can say set loading state to be true. And then finally, let's say set loading is going to be false. And in the try, we would like to get the meal data. So I'll say import the meal API. Let me import it manually. Okay, so I just imported that. Let's go to the bottom, and I'll say if we have the meal data. And by the way, we are using the function, which is to get meal by ID. And we're passing the recipe ID, which is coming from the URL, right? And then I'll say if there is a meal data, we would like to transform it. And this is something that we have done in the past. I can easily copy and paste. And then now I would like to extend this, right? I'd like to add a YouTube URL. So API returns this to you. So this is what I'll be doing. Let's say const recipe with video. And this will be an object where I'd like to spread everything under the transformed recipe. And on top of it, I'll add the YouTube URL. And I'll say meal data dot string YouTube. This is how they store it. And if this is undefined, I'd like to just return the null value. And then we can say set recipe to be equal to this value, recipe with video. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. All we are doing is to fetch the data and transform it so that we have this beautiful field rather than str YouTube. Okay, and then I think we can go into the catch. We are not using the error. Let me put console log that says error loading recipe detail. Now we have created both of these functions, but we are not calling them. Let's go ahead and say call the check if saved, and then the load recipe detail. And this is not really happy with us. We need to pass the recipe ID as well as the user ID. So whenever these values changes, whenever they update, we would like to run this use effect again. And then I'd like to create another function. Let's say const get YouTube embed URL. So I'll explain how that works in a second. But first, let's say this function is going to get an argument, which is going to be the YouTube URL. So we are going to use a package. Let me show this. We already have that. I think it is called web view. Okay, so this is something that we already have. And by using this, we can basically embed a video, like embed a web video to our React Native application. Okay, so this is just like on a website. You can embed a YouTube video thanks to this package. And to make that work properly, we will have this function. Now, what do we want to do? I'd like to give you an example YouTube URL. So this is an example YouTube video URL, okay? So this is the YouTube ID, which is under the v equal to, okay? We would like to get the ID and generate a different URL. Let's see what I mean. I'll say const video ID, and we'll say URL, which is going to be something like this. We would like to basically get this value. And to be able to make that, we can say URL split with the v equal to, and we would like to get the second part. So it's going to split it. This is the first part and this is the second part. Sorry, this is going to be the first part and this is going to be the second part. If you say 0, it'll get the first one, but we would like to get the second, so I'll say 1. And then we can return this specific format. I'll say https and then youtube.com. And let me actually put this so that it is looking a little bit better. And then I'll say /embed/ the video ID. So by using this, we can easily embed a YouTube video to our mobile application. So this is the function. Once we use it, I think it should make even more sense. And then the very last function that we're gonna need is to toggle the state. So what I mean, if you click to this one, it's going to save it. And then if you click to it again, it's going to delete it from the, it's going to remove it from the saved recipes. So let's see how we can create that one. I will create a function called handle toggle save. And this is going to be an async function. So first I'll say set is saving to be equal to true. And then we can create the try, catch, and finally block. Okay, so in the try, now we need to check if we already saved it, right? So say if it is already saved, we'll do something, else we'll do something else. So if it is already saved and we are calling this function, we would like to delete it. So we would like to remove it from the favorites. And we would like to send a request to this endpoint with the method being delete. I can zoom out so that you can see it clearly. And then we'll check if there is any error or not. If so, we can throw it, but else we can get into the else statement. And by the way, I'd like to update the state. Now that we have deleted that, I'll say set is saved to be equal to false. Okay, let's get into the else endpoint. Here I'll just say, else block, I'll just say add to favorites. Let me scroll and paste this in. We are sending a basic post request with the headers being JSON and the body itself. Okay, so I think this is pretty basic and we can just say if, and then I just pasted these two lines. We'll say if there is an error, just throw that, but else just say set is saved to be equal to true. And then finally, we can build the catch block. I'll just put a console log as well as an alert that says please try again. Import the alert from React Native, and finally the set is saving will be equal to false. So we can save this function or save this file. I know that this looks a lot, but it's actually pretty basic. All we are doing, sending a delete method or a delete request as well as a post request. That's it. And then just updating some state. Now I'll say if we are in the loading state, we can return the loading spinner component that we created previously. So I'll say loading spinner, and for the message, I can put something like, loading the recipe details. And now I'll just scroll to the top and import this component manually. So I just imported that. Let's save and visit the recipe details screen. So for a split second, we have this loading state. Let's say true, so that we can see it clearly. But if we are not in the loading state, we should be able to see the actual view. And we can get started with it. First, I'd like to import my styles from the recipe detail styles. So once again, I just imported that. Let's scroll to the bottom and get started with this view, which is our container. So I'll say style and use these styles, the container. We don't really need a text. I would like to have a scroll view component so that we can beautifully scroll through this component. And we can say show vertical scroll indicator to be equal to false. And if you really wanted to, you can leave this as true, or if you don't add it, it'll be true by default. And let's go with the true option in this case. Okay, so I'd like to create a header component. So I'll just put a comment. Let's say get a view where the style will be equal to recipe styles dot header container, and then we can have the image container. So what are we building at the moment? It is this section. So I'd like to get the image, which is going to be under a view. Okay, so import the image from Expo image. Okay, we just got the image. Now I think we can save just to see how it'll look. This is what we have. And then I think outside of the image container, we can put a gradient overlay. So this is a little bit too much shiny. I would like to add this beautiful overlay. And for this, we can use the linear gradient, which is going to be coming from Expo. So I'll just say linear gradient Expo, which is this one. So you can take a look at the documentation, how that works, and we'll see it in action. I will copy the command and go under the, let's say, under the mobile folder. Let's kill this, paste this in. Okay, it's been installed. We can just say npx expo and then reload our application. Okay, so let's say after this view, I will import the linear gradient component, which is going to be coming from that package. Let's scroll to the top and get this. Okay, so it should be this import. And then we can add a couple of different values. So let me just type this out. Here we'll have the colors. So you can, once again, take a look at the documentation. But basically, here in this case, I'd like to start with transparent. And then we'll put some black colors. So I'll say RGBA, and I'll say 0. It should be within the brackets. Let's say 0 a couple of times, and then put the alpha value. So say 0.5. And then I can copy this, paste this once again. In this case, I'll go with 8. Let's take a look at the output. Now let's see what would happen if we delete this. I think we cannot really see the difference, but let's say this is equal to 0.9, and same for this one. Okay, I think we cannot really see the difference, but maybe we should add a style on top of it. So within the linear gradient, I'll say style is going to be equal to recipe detail styles dot overlay. Now we can see the difference, and here I'll say 0.5 to 8. Okay, looks like it is not really looking correct. So I just paused the video and take a look at the end result. This is actually looking correct because here we will have the rest of the content. So it's going to look like this. This will overlap with that content. So you cannot really see this ugly UI. So far so good, everything is looking correctly. And you can update these values if you really wanted to. And then after the linear gradient, I would like to put these buttons, which is to go back as well as saving the recipe. Okay, So I'll say get a view, and this will take the style of recipe styles dot floating buttons. And within this view, I would like to put a button with a touchable opacity, and then we can get the colors as well as the ion icons and then the router. So I'll just scroll to the top. Let's say const router from use router, which is going to be coming from Expo. And then we can get the ion icons as well. So we just got the ion icons as well, and we can scroll to the bottom. Let's say this is the back button that we got. Now next to it, we can put the save button. And instead of typing this out, I'll copy and paste and walk you through it. So right after this one, this is what I just pasted. Pause the video and type this out. We will have this style on top of it, as well as, depending on the state, it'll either get the gray color or the primary. So if this was true, okay, why cannot we see it? Let's say, let me just reload this again. Okay, so what happened? Is my backend not up and running? Yes, it is working, but cannot property undefined. What do you mean? The name. Where did we use .name? So let me just bring this back. Is this the case? Let's click to it. Okay, strange, but I'll just say true once again. Now we cannot really see it because it is in the color of gray. But you get the point. Depending on the state, color would update. And then it'll be disabled if we are in the loading state, and on press we would call this method. And same for the icon. If we are in the loading state, it would have this hourglass, but else it would be either bookmark or bookmark outline. So far so good, I believe. Right after the touchable opacity and this view, which is the floating point, we can shrink this and then build the title section. So I'd like to copy and paste once again. It is 10 lines of code. We have the category, the title, and let's say the area, which is Italian in this case. And then after the title section, we can have one more view. Let's say the style is going to be the content section. And then I can put the quick stats, which are these two different cards, I would say. Let me just say quick stats. And it is on the UI, no logic at all. I'd like to copy and paste and walk you through it. So this is what I have just copied. Let's save. It is not really looking correct. We can fix it, but basically it has the cook time with this icon and linear gradient, and then the, let's say, number of servings, again with a different color and a different icon. And the reason this is on top of the image is because I think we pasted it into the wrong place. So just get the content section, okay, cut this from here and put it outside maybe. So paste this in, what we're gonna get. Okay, now it is working correctly. So just double check that you have done the same thing as I have done. And then we can scroll to the bottom right after the quick stats. Let's find it. So after this one, I would like to put the YouTube video. Here I'll say if there is recipe.youtube URL. In this case, we would like to run this right hand side. Now first, we'll put a view, and this view will take the style. Let's paste this in, which is the section container. And then within this, we're gonna have one more view that will take the section title row class. And then within this, we're gonna put a linear gradient. So you're gonna see why, but let me actually display it. I'll do Control Z. Okay, so this is the part that we are trying to build. So within this, just get the linear gradient component with this specific styling. Let's save. Okay, so this is how that works. And then right after the linear gradient, I'd like to put a text right next to it that says video tutorial. And then after this text, after this view, which is the section title row, we would like to put the YouTube video. And as I said, for this, we're going to call the get YouTube embed URL method as well as the web view package. So I'll walk you through it in a second, but let's see if we have called this function wrong. It should be get YouTube embed URL. Okay, so for some reason this is still not correct. Get YouTube embed URL. I'll copy this name and paste this in. Okay, I think the T was not really matching. And then I would like to also get the web view component. I'll scroll to the top and import that. So it'll be from React Native Web View. Let's save. Hopefully it should be working out already. And I'll scroll to the bottom. So we have some styles and then the source. This is the most important thing. And then we are also allowing the full screen video. I'm not going to open this to not get any copyrights, but if you test this out, it is working correctly. So it'll allow you to get into the full screen mode. And then you can add a lot of different props. So like, I don't really know all of them, to be honest, but you can always explore this. So after this conditional rendering, we can put a view, let's say get this, that will take the section container class once again, because this is a different section, which is going to be the ingredients. We can add a comment. And then within this, we can have a view for the title row. So I'll copy and paste, and then we got this output. Now let's put the ingredients. Now, I don't really think if I should be explaining this, because I think we are already 4 hours in and we have done this millions of times at this point. So let's try to complete this tutorial as quickly as possible. And then I'd like to get the ingredients right after this view, paste this in, and this is the output. There is nothing then putting the actual text, and we're also incrementing the index so that it doesn't really start from 0. So let's try to shrink this view, and I'll put a different comment. Let's say this time it'll be the instructions. And it'll take the same view component. I'd like to copy this and paste it. Within this view, the very first thing we would like to put is basically the same header. It says instructions and then whatever the length is. In this case, it is 12. And then we can put the actual instructions. So after this title row, I'll scroll and paste this in. This is what I just pasted. Let's save. And here is the steps. Now at the very end, I'd like to put a button that is going to be this one. So let's get into it. Here I think we can shrink this section as well, and finally put the button. So it is a touchable opacity with this style, on press method, and then the disabled state with the linear gradient icon and then the text. Now let me just get into the very bottom. Okay, so if you click to it, what'll happen? Let's test this out. I'll click. Now it's been added, and now we can go back. Let's scroll to the top, and this has been updated as well. I'll go under the favorites. As you can tell, now this is under the favorites section. And let's try to add one more. So let's save and go back. It should be here. And we can remove it as well. I'll click to it. Now it's not really in the favorites screen. So that means everything is working correctly. So I think that's the entire file. I know that it is super long and this is probably not the best code, but here we are not trying to write the most clean code. Not really. You can pause the video and just optimize this as much as possible. But I think don't worry about it. You're just here to learn. If I was a beginner today, I genuinely would not care about this code if it is clean or not. Okay, so this is just something that I wanted to mention. And then there is one more problem. I don't know if you have realized, but let's try to reload this page or the application. Even though we are logged in, first for a split second, we can see the authentication page. So I'll reload. We can see that login page. And how can we get rid of that behavior? Well, we can go under the tabs and we will check if clerk has been loaded or not. So I'll say getD is loaded, and if it is not loaded, just don't do anything, right? Don't return anything. Just put return null. And let's reload. Now we don't really see it. We are immediately in the recipes screen. And then one more thing, let's reload the app. Initially, we can see no recipes found. So for this, we can visit the home tab, and we don't really have a loading state. So say if we are loading, just return a loading spinner component. And you can put any message that you wish. I'll just say message loading delicious recipes. And I'll capitalize the L. Okay, let's save. And as you can tell, for the very first second, we can see the loading spinner. And we can even optimize this. So if you reload, can you see like the entire page is gone? So I'll say if loading and not refreshing. Okay, so when we reload, we don't really get rid of the entire UI. And with this, I think we have just completed the entire project. I hope everything made sense so far. Now, once again, I know that this is not the most clean code on the planet, but that's fine. We're here to learn. You can always optimize this entire code base and add even more and more features. So we have built an entire API with Node.js, Express, Drizzle, and Neon database, right? We put everything here under the server.js file, and we have followed some of the best practices. And we have even learned about the cron jobs. And then we have built the entire mobile application with React Native and Expo. So I hope you enjoyed the entire course. And you know what, just before we end this section, let's try to scan this QR code and test out if it is working correctly in our phone. So this will go ahead and open this up within the Expo application, and we can just give it a go and see how it'll look like. So I'd like to sign in with my account. So I just logged into the same account that I have on my simulator. So this is what we have saved in the favorites. Let's go into that screen. It should be the exact same recipe. Okay, so as you can tell, we got the error, and I have mentioned this previously. The reason we got this error is because under the constants, under the API, this should be the actual backend if you're using your physical device. Let me get the URL. It is this one. Let's paste this in. And then save. Let me open up my camera. It is already working. Okay, so here we can see we are able to fetch the data that is coming from our API. And we can check out everything, like it is working, I promise. And let's actually click to the video tutorial. So this is that video. Let's click to it and see if it'll work correctly. So as you can tell, it is already in the full screen. Okay, so I think that's pretty exciting. Okay, so I think that's the entire application and the tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it. If so, don't forget to leave a like, and I'll see you in the next one.